Hello, hello. Hi everyone, how are you? Let's try and set up my mic correctly because I have two toddlers sleeping right next to me in the room very close to me, so I want to speak uh, in a very quiet voice, but I want you to hear me properly. So, is this working for you guys? Does it sound okay? So in the meantime, let's go over what I have set up for today. So we have slightly less than half hour to be ready. I have the Twitter of Ludum Dare open, so we'll see the theme announcement regardless of the site. Uh, Also, I have the site here. Nothing set up yet. 20 minutes left, and I have a GitHub repository, and I'm just finalizing uh, everything here. So I added the remote. Now I need to set up the credentials. So let me do that on a different screen. So are you guys participating? Anyone participating? Or is it just me today? Well, that's very flattering, Multis. How are you guys? I missed you. I had a crazy 3 weeks at work. I needed to transfer this huge code base from Python to C++, which was very time consuming. And we were on we had a deadline, which was, I think, I want to say 2 days ago, maybe. And it was horrible 2 weeks, but we finished and we stood the deadline, and we have a very nice code base in C++, which I'm actually pretty proud of. Um, so yeah, that's it. That's the story. And also, we had another outbreak where I live of COVID. So we were we have another. Um, I don't know how you say it. In different countries, they have different names, but where you have to stay at home and you can't leave. So as a programmer, it doesn't affect me that much, but having the entire family at home when I need to focus was kind of challenging. Yes, so let's do this. This is a magic line. Let's use it here. And now let's push to master. And let's write the code. Bam. So I think we have the Git. Yeah, look, I know. I work with people from California, and I say lockdown, and they don't understand what I'm talking about because they call it shelter in place. They have like this very sexy, weird names in the States. So, wow, Northern Ireland, that's such a hot place to be right now. So, because of Brexit, right? There's like this entire thing whether or not Brexit is going to include uh, is there going to be an open border and everything, right? Syntax. Yeah, so maybe it's just the Americans having weird names for everything. Maybe we're just normal and they have this stupid names. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll show you some small setup I made. So I went over. I created this project for today. So we'll have a skeleton to start working with, and it's pretty basic, just having the assets ready for to be very organized. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the things very quickly. And I have this source folder, and it's going to allow me to add other things. Yeah, multis, don't get me started on COVID and politics, because I'm going to lose my mind. I need to be awake for 48 hours. I can't burn my soul that quickly thinking about what's happening with politics, and horrible, horrible. So yeah, this is the project, and I have another one here, and this is simply, let's see, I call it utils. So you can see here, I gathered most of my scripts, most of my things to help me, and you can see here it's going to allow us to do a very quick prototyping. For example, I can just open the scene, create a new 3D one, and go to my debug shapes, and just add the ground, and add, I don't know, this pillar, and move it to the side. And I can take let's use an FPS controller and simply drag it to the scene, and I can press run. Let's call it, yeah, spatial. I don't care. I'm going to delete it in a second, but you can see I already have this here. I can jump, I can sprint, and it's very useful. And all the scripts are very customizable. You can see here I have like mouse sensitivity and some other parameters. I wouldn't say it's the most comprehensive first-person controller, but it's 100% good enough. What else do I have here? I have the plane controller from the video series. I have the RTX controller, debug shapes you saw, the machine gun, which with the two, the two probably some use a lot. I call this mouse helper. This is very useful. I don't know if I ever showed it to you, but you can maybe, I won't go over the code, but you can see, let's add a script here, and let's override the input function. And if event is action pressed, left mouse button, we can do, I think I call it mouse helper, maybe mouse helper dot get clicked object. Of course, clicked object, and let's save it C, and we can print C. And just for the sake of it, let's add a texture rect, make it be in the center, and let's do expand, keep aspect centered, and I can add this bore sight like here, like this. And now watch when I run. I have this cursor here. Sorry, let's run the current scene. When I run, I have the cursor, and if I click the mouse button, and let's just for a second go back here, you can see it's going to return the whatever I'm colliding with. So you can see here I have the collider, it's a static body, and I can get everything from here. So it's also very useful. And there is another function here with mouse helper, so I can get the object. I can also get the location in 3D space with a specific height under the mouse, which is also very helpful if we want to, I don't know, create any sort of turn-based strategy or RTS. So this function is extremely useful, get plane position, and it's pretty simple. I might make a tutorial about it, because I didn't see any good ones with this particular method. I use a plane here, and a lot of people, when they say how to do it, they assume that you have something to collide with, and it's not true most of the times. So using this plane is very useful. Yeah, anything more interesting here? No, I have a steering agent, which is, if I go to the test scene, you can see this cube is a steering agent. and it simply gets a target and follows it. So if I run the main scene, you can see that the cube is going to try to follow me. And again, it's very useful. It has some more complex behaviors that we can build upon. So yeah, you can see here, I think I have, you see that as it gets closer, it starts jittering, and it's because in 3D, it's kind of, you have to solve some small edge cases, and I wrote all this, not all, but some of the scripts, including this one yesterday, so I didn't put the maximum amount of effort possible here. But it's going to be very useful for us not to have to write this every time. Okay, so I think that's it. Now all I need to do is simply copy any of those folders to my skeleton project, and we can start working with it. And what else did I want to do? Let's see, let's go over my list. So I have the project, I have the GitHub. Let's see that it's updated. Yeah, so we have the assets, we have the project. I think maybe source is empty, so we didn't edit, but that's fine. I don't really care. It's okay with me. Yeah, when we continue adding, it's going to populate itself with time. So now I don't know if you use it, but if you do, if you don't, it's highly I highly recommend that it's called Git extension. It's very a good tool for working with any Git repository. So I can simply open the one I was working with. So I have it under game development active, Ludum Dare 47, and let's select this folder. And you can see here now I can do very complex things just with this very nice UI. So if you're using Git, highly recommend it. I think so. We have the Git, we have the project. Yeah, I wanted to give us. Let's open OneNote. I want to use it for prototyping. Yeah, so let's connect. Let's just see that everything is working, and if it does, I'm not going to stress too much about it. Let's give us a new section, LD47, and no. Where are you? Not here, just a second. So we want Huey on tablet, yes. And I think now it's going to fix itself because it's currently upside down for me. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I feel pretty. Oh, yeah. Now it's working. And yep. Excellent. So let's give ourselves some nice headlines. So Ludum Dare 47. No, that's horrible. I can do better than this. So Ludum Dare 47. Let's hype ourselves a little bit, and let's do like something like this. Theme. Yeah, so we have the OneNote ready also, and one last thing. Let's do a Trello. Oh, will I do 48 hours straight? So no. If I'm lucky, my two daughters are going to wake up in about 4 or 5 hours, and then my wife is a doctor, and she works at a hospital, and she's doing a 26-hour shift tomorrow from the morning to the morning the day after. So I'm going to be with my daughters from when they wake up, and I'm going to do another stream tomorrow. In I think in about 20 hours. I'll do 5 hours now, and 20 hours from now, I'm going to do another five. And then on Monday, I'm going to do the entire day. So it's going to be not really 24 hours, but it's going to be like maybe 20. So it's going to be an extremely long stream on Monday. So if you want, you have that to look up to. So let's create a Trello board for this Ludum Dare. Already made one. So yeah, I think let's do like a deprecated. So this is already finished. I want this board to be last. So this is we can change this now to a backlog. This is a to-do list. This is doing. Doing and done when you're not working. Hi, the stream is only on YouTube. Yeah, I did open a Twitch account, but I thought to myself, I don't think anybody knows, will know that I'm streaming on Twitch, so it's going to be just me and myself. So I thought that maybe I'll start streaming on YouTube, and with time, I'm going to transition to Twitch if you guys like the streams enough and you would like me to continue doing them. So when I'm working alone, I don't like doing no. When I'm working in a team, when I have a team of guys that I'm working with, so or girls, okay, don't judge. So I have a to-do list, things that we need to do, and I have a doing and done. So if you are in the team, we talk together and we put things from the backlog to the to-do list. And then when someone starts doing something, it's transferred into doing and then to done. But we don't really have a team here. So I'm going to archive this list. I'm going to take deprecated to the end. And I have backlog, to-do list, and done. That's it. Pretty simple setup. Yeah, so we're going to populate it after we'll have, generally speaking, have what we want to do in the game. So, yeah. Do any of you have any suggestions? Anything you want to see? Anything, maybe, before we see the theme and decide where we're going to go with it? You want to see 3D? You want to see any specific, type of game? Anything you like? Just to keep that in mind. We can't know for sure if it's going to work with the theme, but do you have any suggestions, any guidelines? Let me know. I'll try to incorporate this. In the meantime, I wanted to add the turrets to my utils. So let's open the utils again. Yep, and let's open this folder. Great. And now I think my turret here is under tutorials, turret tutorial. Yeah, so source, turret GD. Yeah, that's the one. And let's save it here. Let's create a folder. Great. I'm very happy you said it, Pascal, because I wanted to do 3D. I did a couple Ludum Dares before I started creating videos, and all of them were 2D, and some of them were better than the other, but I wanted to do 3D this time, so I'm happy you also uh, agreeing with me. So what else did I made that I might want to use again? Let's not overthink it. I'm probably going to find out over time what I forgot. Okay, so I think we're basically ready. You can close these utils. Yes. Oh, I remember. I wanted to see if I can stream and record at the same time. Let's see. So if I press start recording, let's look if the stream crash. No crash for now. Let's start some heavy duty, quote unquote heavy duty game. Let's go to the dogfight and let's open. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, seems to still be running. Let's run the game. Let's see if we have any hiccups. Oh my god, everybody, headphone warning. OBS, let's really decrease the computer sound, and I'm so sorry. I probably um, did you some permanent hearing damage. Sorry about that. Let's try it again. Let's run and let's see if I have any glitches. Okay, so it's not the smoothest, but this is, I think, we'll have to do. I kind of want to have the entire, um, you know, state of development, because maybe I would like to go after I'll finish, maybe go over the video and see where I wasted time or any bad choices I've made because I was tired. And probably if I look at it with more, um, rested eyes, I'll probably catch a lot of mistakes I'm doing. So let's see if I'll see that recording breaks the games too much. I'll probably stop it. And also, thank you, Pascal. It's very nice to hear. But I must say, if I'm honest with myself, I'm pretty sure that I'm medium minus level Godot user. So if wherever you see something that I'm doing, always assume that there's something or someone doing it much better than me, and don't stop looking if you find something that I said and it works. Okay, so let's see. We literally 5 minutes away from starting the Ludum Dare, and let's see. I have I don't know if you guys know about him. There's a guy called Quill18 on YouTube, and I really enjoy his content. And I started a lot of my game development in Unity by following him. And I use every time I participate in a game jam, I usually go to his channel and I donate $5. So let's see if he's on. It doesn't seem like he's on. Interesting. He usually does all the Ludum Dares, so I'll have to donate $5 for him on a different occasion. Great. So let's see if there's any update. So I asked before, but I see that there are more people now. So any of you planning on participating, or either in the compo or with the group, or is it just me today? Oh, I might be able to. I don't know if I want to open an HIO page already. No, it seems like a waste of time. probably my plan. Let's use OneNote. Let's see if you like this, if it's working for you, if you can see everything properly. So let's see the plan, what I'm planning to do for today. So I'm going to have uh, uh, work chunks. And as you can probably hear, English is not my first language, so you're going to see a lot of um, grammatical errors and misspells. So I'm sorry in advance. So work chunks. I'm going to have one today of 5 hours. I'm going to have one this evening, probably closer to 4 hours. And I'm going to have another very big chunk. It's going to be from 8 to 1. So 8 to 8, it's 12, 16, it's going to be 17 hours. It's going to be 17 hours if I'm lucky. Let's do like a tilde here because it's probably going to be maybe 16 or something like this. But those are the chunks I'll have. So I think it's going to be like this. I want to have a prototype plus each page. And the reason is I want as many people as possible to be able to play before I start polishing. So in my 4 hours, this is pretty open-ended because it really depends on what I'm going to do here. But I'm going to do, a comma here, and I'm going to say here, let's say gameplay done. Okay, all the features, all the gameplay, everything should be done by this point because my weakest point so far, and this is what prompted me trying to do a model every day for 30 days, is that I feel that artistically, this is the thing that, my artistic skill is the thing that holds me back the most in my indie quest. This is the name of the channel is because I want to become, a full-time independent game developer. Where I live, there are practically no jobs for game developers. So in my indie quest, the thing that holds me back the most is art. So I'm going to give myself 17 hours to work on this and become better. So we can do, so it's going to be art and music and polish. And I think the theme is probably already out. So let's see. Let's refresh. Ooh, stuck in a loop. Interesting. I like the GIF. They got me there. Stuck in a loop. Well, I really I don't use Twitter at all, so I was actually expecting something to load here, but I think if I'll wait for it to load, I'm going to miss the deadline. So the theme is stuck in a loop. Okay, let's start. Let's start, brainstorming here. So let's use this. I already made it, so I must use it now. So it's stuck in a loop, and you can see probably from the figure eight where my mind is wandering towards. So is it going to be? Let's do like IDs. So first of all, a loop could be finite. So you can do. So let's write the things that go through my mind. So we have a finite loop versus an infinite loop. And we need to ask ourselves what is going in a loop. And So we can have types of loops. So we have maybe a knot with a K. Knot, is this how you write it? You know, with a rope. A knot, maybe. So this is a loop. I can go something pretty easy for me, which is, you know, a plane, do loops, you know, pretty easy. Think of some um, game around flying. So this is a pretty boring option for us. Um, Maybe um, uh, like a roller coaster. Again, sorry for my horrific English. I probably have like 10 misspells in this short. Coaster, because coaster, yeah, like I also think about something like this, like yeah, like Groundhog Day. I have like an image of, you know, there's like a level. I'm going to draw it and I'm going to erase it because I don't want to confine myself. Uh, so I have an image of a level, and you have a player here, and you have a goal, and you play the level, blah 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 blah, and you reach the goal, and then you have a oh, maybe like a shadow of the level. So let's do it in a different color. So now you have this player here with the goal here, and it does something similar to what it does before, but now the other player is also in the level, and it does something different, and they, you know, interfere with each other, maybe something like this. um, but it's going to be pretty hard doing this type of thing in 3D, because I don't want to create a 3D platformer. That's just too time consuming. Okay, so as I said, let's not confine ourselves to something specific right now. So yeah, so there's a time loop. Um, let's go with something more, you know, less meta, because this is things in the game that are looping. Let's think of types of gameplays that are looping. So you know, every game has a game loop. So let's do like game loop types. And let's see. It's going to sound very, you know, avoiding the theme, but I'll try to um, maybe incorporate from this asterisk and this asterisk together. So type of game loops um, we have uh, so we have a gather and create. I don't know what to call it, but you know, you gather some stuff, you create something, you upgrade, you know, gather, create, upgrade, and go to the beginning, something like this. There's this game loop. There's like you know, um, so okay. I'm starting to have like thoughts of maybe a tower defense game, okay, or something like this, but the level is circular. Is it going to be fun? A tower defense game where everything is circular. Again, not trying to confine myself, but um, okay. So we can have we can put it under. You know, there's a wave. You beat the wave. You upgrade, and there's another wave. So this type of loop. What else? What else? Um, we can probably have something like, and I'm looking at my handwriting, and probably for everyone watching, this is extremely unhelpful because I can barely read what I already wrote. So we can think about it later. Mm, what other types of game loops are, that really constraint loops? This is what I'm trying to think about. So in RTS games, I don't think I can call this type of gameplay loop. It's not something very repetitive. Um, dungeon crawling is more loopy. You go to the dungeon. Recycling is a very cool idea. Um, So this is probably should go over here. I should probably give myself some more room here. Let's take it down. So types of loops. So we have life cycles. Um, there's like a day and night cycle. Everything that is cyclical. And if we're talking about cycles, my math degree is starting to annoy me again with thoughts of permutations. And cyclical permutations, and a game, okay, a game where you have a permutation, and a permutation is a function, and it's I don't know the term in English because I didn't study in English, but you can take two permutation functions and use them concurrently and get a third permutation function. So maybe a game where you have like a set of numbers, and you have a set of permutations, and you need to arrange the permutations in a way um, to get some other combination, or to take it from from somewhere to itself, create some stuff. And it's actually going to be pretty easy um, to write levels for that type of game, because if I'll do it, um, I can probably find some homework from my bachelor degree, and simply take the questions from there and translate it to this type of game about permutations. Okay, so that one, yeah. So I agree with you. Something with a plant with growing and dying, and you know and like this, the circle of life. Um, so maybe um, you start as something very small. You eat your way up the food chain, but every time you die, there's like you turn into grass, and then the first thing that you played as eats the grass, and then you start the cycle again. So you're stuck in the loop, in the circle of life. Something like this. So I agree with you. Plants life cycle is more interesting. So I think we have some, we have I think we thought about it some amount. So let's think of maybe more specific ideas, like maybe let's go to, I don't know. Let's play around with it a little bit. So let's be more specific. So how do you want to play it? I usually start by um, either I have an ideal and I just try to expand on it a little bit, or I choose a game type, let's say an RTS, and I um, I try to expand. So let's write everything I have so far. So I have let's say a tower defense game with loop. So it's going to be one level where the enemies are looping. And obviously, if the enemies are looping, you can't have, they're entering here and they have to reach here. You have to have something with the level itself. The level itself needs to move, or we need to change the concept of where the base is. We need to think about it, but this is something I like it because I think it's going to be pretty easy making the art for it in 3D and also the gameplay in 3D. And it's something that I find very enticing because, as I said before, I want to take a lot of time and practice my more polishing music art part. So this is, let's say, an initial good idea. I had the one with permutations. Permutations. So we have a series I equals 0 till, let's say, n. And I have fi I equals 0 to I equal m. So these are numbers. This is, yeah, numbers. And these are permutations. And we have another series, bi, I equals 0 till n. And I want to find a combination, a subset of the permutations that transform from this series to this series. So, and for the stock part. So for the stock part, if you're asking about the okay, so we can maybe think of a tower defense game where instead of um, trying to kill the enemies, the enemies are entering to the loop, and I'm just spitballing here. It's not have to be like this, but it can't really be a standard tower defense game if it's circular. So we can have like our goal is not to kill the agents going in the circle. Our goal is to rescue them. Okay, so every X amount of time, it's going to pour, I don't know, let's think of something, I don't know, like chickens, buffalo, I don't know, cows, some sort of cute animal, and it's going to run inside here, and they're going to be stuck in a loop. And if it's going to be too crowded, they're going to, I don't know, stampede each other or something. And our towers, quote unquote, are instead of shooting them, are trying to pull them out. So we're going to have one tower that is just maybe an arm which grabs something and put it outside, and one is throwing a net to give them an area of effect. Grab multiple of those, I don't know, animals and take them out, something like this. So the animals are stuck in a loop, and we are trying to get them out. But this is it's not supposed it doesn't have to be like this. Just saying all this stuff, too much art, too much, it's going to be hell. The animations should look nice. How do you capture something in the net? I can't do it. So probably not exactly this ideal, but maybe something like this. But regardless of this, I don't I'm not one to really try to do the really adhere to the theme. I think in many cases it's going to hurt us more than give us any benefits. So stuck in a loop, it's so broad, and if trying to go really hard into the theme itself is going to make it harder for us, then we are missing the point. The point is I'm probably not going to get a good score because there are so many people participating. So my main goal is to practice my art and have something that I'm proud of. So if I don't really hit the stuck part, maybe I'll be okay. So about permutation. So if you do this permutation, it's like it's going to give us a loop from one permutation to the other, and it's each permutation is a cycle, and you can probably see it for yourself. So let's say we have two sets of number 1, 2, 3, and we want to get 2, 3, 1, and we have the following permutation. So we have fi take ai to b I plus 1, something like this, and we have a list of those, and we need to use, I don't know, 2 or 3 or an arbitrary number to get from here to here, something like this. So we can do, I really like the idea of the circle of life. So you start as, there's grass, and there's small animal that eats grass. Well, my biology lack of knowledge is going to show that what small animal eats grass? I feel like everything that eats grass is big because they need to, right? Maybe a goat. Let's not overthink it. So uh, we can have a goat. Is it a goat? No, it seems more. It, oh my god, I made a cow for him by accident. Let's turn it more. Maybe a sheep. Yeah, so we have a sheep. Yeah, I wanted to say a mouse, but I was afraid a mouse doesn't eat grass. Does mouse eat grass? I think it more like eat grain or roots or I don't know. Mouse? My initial thought was mouse, so I'm really happy that you said that. So it makes me feel much more better about myself. So there's, let's say there's a sheep, and um, that's tricky because why do I transition? Why do I start eating all of a sudden something else? So if I'm a sheep, I'll just eat grass all the time, right? Or maybe not, maybe it's a game about a sheep trying to eat more and more grass and escape from wolves. And every time the wolf eats me, I die and I become the grass again. And then it's a circle. I'm stuck in the circle of life, in the loop of life. Will it be a fun game playing as a sheep escaping from from wolves? My gut tells me no, so maybe not. Circle of life. So you eat something. I can probably do something more mechanical. You eat enough grass, you become. So let's just play around with this ideal, maybe slightly more. So I'm a sheep, and then I become a wolf. Yeah, I'm a wolf now. Yeah, and I eat enough, I don't know, sheeps, I become something else. And when I die, I become grass, and then a sheep comes, eat the grass. You become what eats you. That's actually pretty cool. But then it's like I need to incentivize being eating. So it seems like pretty easy because I'll probably have to code like the predators. So the predators are going to come after me, and if I'll simply try and be eaten, it's going to be pretty easy. But we can do something like when you eat enough and then you need to eat a certain amount before. If you eat enough of something, if something eats you, you become it. So if I'm a sheep and I eat like 10 grass and a wolf eats me, I become the wolf. But if I ate only 3 grass, I just die and become grass again. And that's the loop. Um, okay. Circle of life. Do we have anything else? Because currently I like the circular thing the most. Grass, ant, bird. Yeah. Something like this. This is good. This is good. So this is the circle of life. Let's see if I let's go to our notes and see if we can think of something else. So not okay. Let's start eliminating thing. I don't like the ropes part, so we can simply put let's plain loops. I'm going to keep it here because if I'll get desperate, I might do it. Time loop. So time loop is, I think, like a classic trope for game jams. Something artistic, and um, I'll put an asterisk, but I don't really like it. I don't. I must say, I think roller coaster probably also out of the picture. Life cycles I like. Day and night cycles. Day and night cycles is maybe too boring. Permutations is maybe. Yeah. Tower defense game. I like it the most, but I don't really like it. So let's think. Okay, let's try because I like it the most. Let's give it some more spotlight. So, oh, and again, and another point I want to make here. Let's put it up here. So I'm going to. So we have a gameplay, and we have art, and we have simple, complex, simple, complex. So the only two things you can be when you make a game along is here and here. You can't have a lot of beautiful assets and complex assets and also complex gameplay, and you can't have the other way around. So as I told you before, this is where I want to be. No, sorry, I did like the exact opposite, right? So this is where you want to be. One complex, one simple. You can't have both. And this is bad, and this is bad because this is a bad game. So I want complex art with simple gameplay. So this is where we want to be. So I really need to think about um, whatever gameplay I can finish in 5 hours. As I said, this is the time we have here. So the tower defense game, I like it because you can really get away with very simple assets. And they get in the loop, and by getting into the loop, it kind of breaks this tower defense trope of having a finite road to walk on, and when they reach the base, they get out of the game. So I'm going to do. Let's do. I'll do like a 2 minute break, and I'll be back in just a second, and probably with an answer. I think I hear one of my daughters that woke up. So uh, be back in a second. And I'm back. Everyone is back sleeping. Okay, let's try expanding on the tower defense game. Yeah, let's do it. So, ID 1 is going to be tower defense game. Okay, so what can we do with this? Let's draw like a level. So we have an entry point for the enemies, and we have a circular, grid like this, and we have the base somewhere. So first of all, we can say that an enemies enter, and they can go. Let's do it simple. Let's say they must go at one direction. Let's not do any Krupski. How do you say it? Scope creep? Yeah, scope creep. So let's say they go here, and let's say every time they hit my base, okay, I have like X HP, and every time they hit my base, I lose one. So the enemies go here. It's like the regular, tower defense thing, and I just build towers here and on the edge here, something like this. So is it interesting? And to be more precise, why is it better or worse than regular tower defense games? So in a regular tower defense game, I might have a level like this. So I have maybe spawner, and the enemies can go multiple different ways. So this is more interesting than this. I can have, I can have the level, and I can have a spawner here, and I can have a spawner here, something like this. And this is more to both of those options are more interesting than my option. So by doing this without changing anything, the only thing I'm doing is adding, making a worse tower defense game. So taking tower defense game and making it worse. So I think it's pretty obvious that's not what we want to do. So we need to think, why is this going to be better? How is this going to be more interesting? So we are going to have to make another mechanic. So let's think a little bit about it. So this reminds me a little bit of a clock. So maybe, okay, so if this is a clock, and the creeps here are, I don't know, the flow of time, something, never mind. I can choose to rewind time, and the downside is going to be that if I have any enemies here and I go back, I can hit myself multiple times, but I get some bonus. So this is maybe interesting, but okay, I'm going to keep it in mind, but I don't really like this idea. Maybe we can have the sorry. Again, I think my daughter just woke up once again, so just a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's try to recalibrate the microphone so that it's louder, or else you're going to need to hear me, doing an ASMR. Yeah, because you can hear every time I speak, my smaller daughter is waking up. So let's add some to the sound, and I'm going to go put her back to sleep, and when I come back I'm going to use this setup because it allows me to speak quieter. So see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, so I'm going to start talking quietly. I tried gaining my mic, so if it sounds fine, if you're okay with ASMR game development, write it in the chat so I'll know you can hear me properly. And sorry for this, but on Monday, on the very long stream, I'm going to have the house to myself. So I could, if it bothers you, this type of a sound, you can tune in on Monday. Oh, on Sunday, and get the full experience. So now we need to think about a couple of things. One of them is maybe which features we can add that are simple to implement and add to the game, or how to inherently solve this problem of not having which is better, the louder, or is it worse? Because I know the gain is supposed to be mechanical, so can you still understand what I'm saying? So we wanted to see if we can. Okay, so now we are creating a tower defense game where we are limited by the type of shapes we can create. So we need to introduce something different. So how can we do it? So one way would be to change the location of the base. Maybe let our base move to the left or to the right, and also have the creeps can be able to start from the right or from the left. And then if you have a big wave coming from the right, you can move your base to the left and build a lot of defenses here. But then when a tower, when a wave comes from the other side, you are not going to have any defense, and you are going to have to move your base to a different location. And actually, I'm so in love with this idea that maybe the spawner. Okay, I think I just blew my own mind, and I hope in a good way. So we have a circle, okay, and this is the path, and maybe everything can move on this path. Okay, for example, we start, and on a random instance of this circle, the spawner appears, and starts throwing creeps into the circle. So we have our base, and sorry, I think the spawner was a circle, so let's keep it like this. We can move the base to the left and to the right. Okay, and I think every object we have, I click on, a tower, and the tower sits on the loop itself, and I can move it to the right or to the left. So a spawner comes and it starts spawning creeps, and I can, whenever I see that where the new wave is coming, I can move the tower to a different location and build the defenses here. And we can probably, when I build a building over here, over the ring like this, like a tower over here, I can also move it. So this is, let's say this is level 1. Okay, and I accidentally made it look like it's a 4. So let's say it's level 1, and level 2, we will start with the same setup like this. Okay, we'll have our tower here, our base here, and the tower here. But this time, the spawner is going to spawn here, and the creeps are going to move like this. So I will need to very quickly either move my tower to here and move my base here, and then I'll have a better, preparation for this wave which is coming. And let's say on level, I don't know, 5, suddenly I can think of 2 spawn points here and here, etc. I think it's a good idea. I actually pretty like this. I don't know if it's a good thing to fall in love with your idea, but I think I kind of like it. Let me know what you think. Okay, so what do we need? So object-wise, we're going to need one. And sorry, I need to cough, so let me mute my mic just for a second. I have no COVID, even though I just coughed, swear to God. So what we need. So, oh, sorry, I wanted to say something. I really like this ideal for multiple reasons. First of all, it sounds fun, I must say. It sounds like a fun ideal to work with. I think we can nail it with 3D art. I think, something like this, let the camera be here and be locked to the center, and the movement is with the mouse, and when you press A, or you press D, you move the camera in a circular motion around the level. Yeah, wow, Yervin, that's amazing idea. So to add to the complexity and to the heart. Well, that's amazing. I think I would probably never come up with this myself. That's amazing idea. Okay, so yeah, so you can move the camera. We can really work with very simple shapes and just use color and lighting to make it more interesting, which is exactly what I want to do. I want like a polished, nice game. Okay, yeah, I think we can work with this. So I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee, a glass of water, maybe. I think you should probably do it also, because when I come back, we're going to start planning how our code structure is going to be, populating the Trello board, and then we're going to go into implementing it. So yeah, thank you for giving me your input. It was so much easier bouncing ideas from other people, so thank you for that. I'll be back in 2 minutes with a cup of coffee and some water, and we can continue. And we're back. Excellent. Let me just put some air conditioning. Great. So let's see. How are we going to do our code? So what are the objects we're working with? So we're going to have the level, and it is going to be responsible for moving the units, the enemies, sorry. So it's going to be the loop itself is going to receive an enemy, and it's going to be controlling the enemy, moving it at a certain speed around the circle. So this is one. We are going to be, we will need to have the concept of a wave. So it's going to be a wave. It is going to data structure that tells the enemy spawner how much and when to spawn. And also where and direction. So we have a level, we have a wave, we have an enemy spawner, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory. So self-explanatory. We're going to have an enemy, which is going to, it's not, an enemy is not a data structure. We can say that because it's going to have a representation in the world. It's going to have graphic. It's going to have multiple other things. So it's not a data structure. Let's call it an agent, an AI agent with stats. Okay, so let's imagine that we have everything here. So what we can do now is we can create a wave object, send it to the enemy spawner, which is going to spawn enemies onto our level, and we're going to be able to see the enemies moving around. We will probably need a camera controller. Okay, yeah, that's great. And again, it's self-explanatory. And we're going to need a base. Movable. So maybe I started writing something, and it's immediately apparent that it needs some parent class. So this is going to be a movable building, and probably static building. I'm not going to start with a static building, but maybe it's going to be interesting. I don't know. Maybe you can create a very strong tower, but you can move it. Maybe there's like a risk reward using different towers. I don't know. Just throwing it in. So static building. And we're going to have a base, which is a child of modular building, and static building. And we are going to have a tower, which is also going to be a child of movable. Oh my god, did I say modular all the time? I think so. Movable building. Okay, so let's imagine that we have everything here. So we can create a wave. We can send it to the enemy spawner, which spawns enemy into the level. The enemies is going to move around because of the level, and every time they reach the base, we are going to lose one life point, and we can move the base around and create towers. So we need to create UI for placing the buildings. And will I need to have a spatialize? Do you think of creating a Discord server in the future? Yeah, probably I will create a Discord server. I always I'm afraid that I'm going to create something which is going to be redundant. I don't know if that's the correct word. I don't want to create a Discord server which is going to be, useless to you guys. I only want to do things that will, give you some value. So I don't want to create the Discord server too early. But if I feel like I find it very, very fun talking to you guys. So maybe if I want to do it, on a day-to-day basis, maybe I'll just open a Discord server for that. So what I started to think with myself is, do I need some spatialized control for inputs? Meaning, do I think that the same button is going to have multiple purposes? And I must say that I currently don't think this is going to happen. I don't see us having multiple purposes for the same button. So I think we can get away with some very naive implementation of inputs. Fine. Wait, am I done? Yeah, I think for code-wise, I think that's everything. And in the end, we're going to do, I didn't write everything. I didn't write a landing screen, and I didn't write everything about the effects, which are going to be part of the code. But it's good enough for now. Okay, so I'm going to switch my graphic tablet to the side. We're not going to use it for the close future. Let's go to my trusty keyboard, and now we're going to start to hear the horrible sounds of my keyboard. Yeah, I agree with you, Yenven. If I'll start working too much on the inputs, I'm going to never finish. Okay, so let's go to my Trello page, and let's do the backlog. So we want the level. We want enemy. I want enemy spawner. I want wave, data structure. I want movable building. I want static building. I want the base, and I want tower. And with that, and I want UI, building UI. Okay, that's a good start. Let's start with the level. So let's go to my project. I don't need you right now. Quit. Let's open the source file manager. Let's go to D, game development, active. Let's go to my utils, and let's see what we can use. Is it not here? Oh, I'm so sorry about that, but my daughter is awake again. Sorry. Sorry about that. I know it's very unprofessional, but I said it in the beginning. My wife is a doctor and she has like a crazy 26-hour shift tomorrow. So I'm letting her sleep, and I, go to the little girls when they wake up. So what about the theme? What will the enemies and the towers and the base look like? So we can go two different ways. So one of them, we can think of, using cubes, but making everything look, perfect. Having the lighting, having everything looks, amazing with a very simple shapes. And the other is, doing a more detailed, more graphics, more models in Blender, and we'll need to take the choice. I think, yeah, let's do it. I'll show you a game that I have in mind. I need to remember how it's called, but I really like the aesthetic of it. Oh yeah, it's called Power Core. See this? I really like this aesthetic. I think it's pretty easy to do, and then we can focus a lot on lighting, on these types of effects and everything. So we might do this, or we might go the other way of making everything more detailed and having more. I don't want to say real life or photorealistic, because it's not going to be, but more like something in the real world. So I started getting things. So what I probably want the RTS controller. I want the debug objects. And I think for now this is it. Yeah, for sure. In the proof of concept is going to be with cubes. Okay, let's start. So let's call this prototype. Let's save it in debug, and let's make it the main scene. And now I can add the RTS controller. And let's have editable children, and now I can start slightly changing things. Maybe the elevation slightly. Am I under elevation? Yes. Maybe just a little bit. Something like this. Let's leave it like this for now. Okay, so we have the RTS camera controller. The only thing we are going to use is, let's go into the script. Let's fold everything. And in input, yeah, so we don't want panning, we just want rotating. So and maybe zooming. So let's do both. Camera rotate. And we have camera zoom in and camera zoom out. And let's save everything. Mouse button. So let's do middle mouse button to rotate around the scene, and zoom in is wheel up, and zoom out is wheel down. Great. Save it. Let's add some mesh instance just so that we can see if everything is working. Let's run it, and we can rotate around, we can zoom in and out. Great. Let's delete. Let's add the spatial node so we can more easily control it and call it the level. And to the level, I'm going to add let's start correctly. Make low poly models. Yeah, for sure low poly. Nope, that's and multis. I'm making low poly. You saw all my streams. You know that's the top of my. You know, that's the best I can do. I can't do anything better than low poly. So let's keep ourselves, very organized and save everything in different scenes. So I'm going to call, let's have a folder for levels, and I'm going to save level scene. And now open it. Another spatial node for the graphics. And we are going to have a path here. Excellent. So here I'm going to go to my debug shapes. Let's take a ground, add it to the graphics. Now we have this beautiful ground. Let's go and take a mesh instance. No, it's not going to be a mesh instance. Should I use Blender? No, I think if any of you, maybe you'll find the next thing helpful to you. So I'm going to do something maybe slightly interesting. So we can do CSG mesh. That's like mesh. Yeah, CSG mesh. And I'm going to take a new cylinder, and I'm going to make it very big. Let's say, I don't know, 10, 10. Yeah, and let's do it very narrow. And now I can add another CSG mesh, and it's going to be also a cylinder, and it's not going to be 10, 10. Let's say it's going to be 8, 8. Yeah, it's going to be 0.0.11. And now I can go here and do subtraction. And I can hide this. Subtraction. And now you can see I have, if I click away, and I think I can hide it. No, I can't. But as you can see, I have this circle. So I could probably make something much more efficient with Blender, but I'm going to start with this. And now let's give it a color. Maybe like this gray. Yeah, I don't want it to be white, purely white. And I want it to be slightly rougher. I don't want it to be oh, it's 1 in roughness. Okay, great. Yeah, CSG is horrible. Maybe with the GI probe. About Godot 4.0, I start to feel like if it's not going to be amazing, I'm going to be very disappointed, and I hate being in that position, especially with an engine that I like so much. So hopefully they deliver with it. Even though it's such a douchey thing to say, they fucking create a game engine in this amazing level for free, and I'm here sitting and complaining. So shame on me. Yeah. Okay, so I think we have a basic graphic. We can start working on the path. So let's add some point. I'm not going to stress too much. And close the path. And now you can see, oh, sorry, stop it. Now, if I go to the path, Jesus, just want, yeah. So you can see I have this path all around. And now, if I just want, let's show you what's going to happen. So if I take a path follow, and let's just give it any generic child, mesh instance, I don't know, sphere, and 1, So let's do it smaller, 0.25 and half, and let's make it red so we can see it. And if I now take this path follow, maybe, yeah. So now we have this, yeah. So we have this ball, and if I take the path follow, and now I can take the unit offset, and watch what happens. It's just going to follow all around. And just to push this this home, if I'll go to my level, and it's going to have a script, so it's fine adding it now. When I go to process, and I simply do the following. So variable new offset is equal to, let's on ready var path, let's call it debug because I'm going to erase it. It's going to be the path follow, so debug.unit offset plus delta times, I don't know, 1/2, that's fine, and new offset minus gets 1 if new offset greater than 1, else 0, and I can do debug.unit offset is equal to new offset. And now if I run, you can see I have the ball here running around, and you can very easily see how we can have it happen to all the others. Okay, so we don't need the path follow here, so we have the level. And do I need anything else from the level? So let's think about it. So we are going to have the spawner. The spawner is going to receive an enemy. Sorry, the spawner is going to spawn an enemy. The enemy is going to go to, it's going to move to a certain point, and there I'm going to transfer the enemy to the level, and the level is going to circulate around. So I'm not going to do the offset like this. I'm going to write the function. So first of all, you probably know that I don't like, I have this, I like to keep the code separated with this headers. So this is going to be the export params. Currently I don't have anything that I know I'm going to use, but I'll have it here. Let's give ourselves some room to work with. Let's call it params. I'm going to have override functions. I'm going to have the API functions here. And I'm going to have the helper functions. So I think the first API function is going to be receive enemy, and we're going to get an enemy, and we're going to retain nothing, and we're going to do, in the params we can do onReady var path is going to be path, and we can do path add child enemy, and we want to make sure that enemy is of type path follow. So we add this child, and enemy is going to have an inner function that propels it around the path. So now we have a receive enemy function, and I think for now, for the level, we probably don't need anything else. I'm gonna go on a limb that maybe I made too much headers, but okay, let's leave it for now. Now let's do a spawner. So enemy spawner. It's going to have another. It's going to have graphics. And for now, let's do like some stupid. Let's do like a cube, and let's do it slightly bigger. Should it be bigger? Maybe, yeah. 3, 3, 3. We see. Oh my God! Yeah. Thank you. If you see me making any grammatical errors, let me know. Even though I accept that my English is very bad, but I like to be corrected because then I can learn. So let me know if you catch any errors. I love it. Okay, so receive enemy spawner. Oh yeah, so that's a new folder. Enemy spawner. What? And enemy spawner. Save. Great. So let's go to my enemy spawner. We're going to have the graphics here. It's 3, so let's do 1.5. And how can we make it look more like a spawner? So let's add another mesh instance. So this is going to be like a house. This is going to be road. And I'm going to add another one in a second for like a small roof or something. So another cube. It's going to be let's do 1.5. Yes, let's do 0.1. Let's do 4, 3. Now in the transform, let's do 0.05, and in the Z 3. And now we have this small landing strip. The enemies are going to spawn and walk here. And one last, we can probably start with the road. Let's call it roof, and let's make it unique. Make it shorter. So what? Half, and take it up and to the back. And now we can spawn enemies here, and they're going to walk out. So let's color everything. Yeah, this dark, and this I want it to be yellow. I want it to really grab the eye, even though any color I pick now is got nothing to do with the final coloring. Maybe more orange. Orange is the color of danger. And here I'll do gray, but less. Something like this. And I can probably let's another mesh instance. It's going to be the door. Another cube mesh. We want it to be tall. Yeah, 2 is fine. X should be 2.2 and Z should be 0.1. And now we can take it here and up. Maybe it's too much, too wide. Let's do 1.8. Yeah, and this should be black. That's way too black. Yeah, that seems like something that spawns stuff. So we have graphics. Do we want to mess around with spawn points? No, they can spawn in the center. That's fine. And they are going to move forward in the direction of where we are pointing. So that's something that is pretty easy to obtain. We're going to spawn an enemy. It's going to move to the edge, and then it's going to become a child of the level. So let's do it. Save it. Go to our prototype. Add an enemy spawner. Let's move it to the side. We can see that the scales are, messed up. but that's fine for now. Let's run just to see how it looks. I don't know that I like that I can't move the camera around. It fits the theme that I can only circle around, but I don't know if I like it. Also, it looks weird. Am I not centered? Are you not in the center, my friend? You're centered. Are you not in the center? You're centered. Okay, so it looked weird, but I'm not going to solve it right now. Fine, so let's start writing some code for enemy spawner. So it's going to have a function for spawn. And it's going to have a function. So how am I imagining it? So let's think. I'm going to have a game manager. The game manager is going to get from some sort of CSV file. Yeah, that's very smart. That's probably how I'm going to do it, which is pretty similar to the camera. So the game manager is going to grab some, is going to generate from a CSV file some sort of wave information. It's going to send it to an enemy spawner. The enemy spawner is going to maybe rotate to the location we want it to be, and it's going to start to spawn enemies. So spawn enemy probably is going to have the stats here, and it's going to spawn the enemy, and then the enemy itself is going to have the AI to move to the position, and then no, I think the enemy spawner is going to be responsible for transferring the enemy to the level. So let's have something around the line of func hand over enemy. No. Okay, maybe let's do a small caveat so I can think more when we have things to work with. So let's make a singleton folder, and let's create a new script. Child of node, yeah, and let's call it game manager. Open it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. But I want to I really like encapsulating everything in a CSV file. But we might just create a resource file and then put them all in a folder and just iterate over the folder. And that's also an option. And then we can have an array and we can change the order. So yeah. But let's start with the game manager. So we're going to have a function called end wave. And we're going to have a function for start wave.
and we are going to have a function for game 1. And we are going to have a function for game lost. And on that note, let's create a new script. We're going to call it event bus. Yeah, that's for sure. Even though resources is, I think, when you work with Godot, it's the more clean way of doing it. So let's do event bus. Let's have signal game lost. Signal game 1. Signal start maybe wave over. Yeah, that's a good start. Let's have some more, because I know we're going to have them. So we're going to have a signal for enemy killed. We're going to have a signal for base hit. And I think that's everything I can think of that would for sure be in our game. So let's go to project setting, auto load, singletons. Let's load the game manager. Let's load event bus, and I like to call it events. And now we can go to our game manager, and in our ready function we can start connecting. So we can go to events, connect game lost to self, game lost. Yeah, multis, the importer is horrible. You can take a model that looks very nice, and at the beginning I thought it's just a matter of lighting, but it's not just a matter of lighting. There is a very big change when you take a model and you import it into Godot, especially if you use anything more complex than just very simple shapes. If you use anything more complex, the model is going to be affected when you import. So you say wave spawned and wave ended. Do I need a different signal? Yeah, probably, for the UI stuff. Yeah, why not? Okay, so we connect game lost to self game lost. Yes. And I always make sure I wrote it correctly. So we have game 1 and game 1. Yeah, for sure. So we want to have wave over. Oh, that's a duplicate. Yeah, if you use any complex shading, you must bake it into a UV map. So it kind of loses, if you are using generative PBR materials, you are going to have to bake everything and import them and create the PBR material inside Godot. Yeah. So we have game lost, game won, enemy kill, base hit. This is more for the UI part. Wave started, wave ended. So I want to connect wave ended to start to end wave. This is the end wave behavior, and in the end wave, well, the end of this function is going to be start the next wave. And we might use a timer maybe between waves and add a button, but okay, so I think for now it's fine. Let's add a control node, and let's call it UI. Let's add some button. Top left. So you're going to be full rect and take the button, do something like this. Let's call this button debug. And this button, let's have a UI script. First of all, let's save it as a different scene. Open it, button. Let's add a script. Let's take the button. Let's take the pressed and connect to UI on debug button press. Perfect. And now we're going to do events, emit signal, and I want to say let's do wave ended for now. Yes. Because when I call the wave ended, I can, in the game manager, we're going to call end wave and then start wave. And this is what we want to work on right now. So let's just see that everything works. Print hello from UI. And we can start working on our spawning. So in the start of a wave, what we want to happen? So we want to signal to, maybe no, it's going to be load, create wave object, send wave object to the enemy spawner, call move spawner to correct location, start spawning. Okay, so this has nothing to do with enemy spawner. So the API function is going to be function load wave data. And we're going to receive the data. And we're going to have a function to, it's not an API function, so maybe it is, because maybe I want to control the looks, so I don't want it to happen automatically. So let's say move to location. You think it should be in the level and not in the start wave. You might be right, but I imagine that everything, the level is only responsible for where the path is, and that's it. Just having the path object and just being the parent of all the enemies, and to have nothing to do with how the level looks So maybe it's more of a naming problem. Maybe I need to change it to something else. But I'm going to keep it like this for now. So we're going to have move to location. I want the function start spawning. Great, and now I can simply do it. So in the game manager, let's think. So I need to make sure I call start wave only after I know the entire tree is loaded. So yeah, we can do it in the ready function. So I can do here connect signals, and I can do here on ready var enemy spawner, and it is going to be first of all, let's do this. And me, yeah. Root and no, that's bad. I don't like this. What I can do is this. I go here in override function func ready, add to group enemy spawner. So yeah, enemy spawner, and now I can go to the game manager and I can do get tree. So I currently, if I'm going to do it like this, I will support only one enemy spawner. Let's roll with it and see what happens, because in the future I might want some more. So get tree, get nodes in group, enemy spawner, and get the first one. So this is going to also give me an error if I don't have an enemy spawner, which is fine for the prototype. So now I'm going to have the enemy spawner here, and I can do enemy spawner dot set, how do I call it? Load wave data. Load wave data, enemy spawner, move to location, and enemy spawner start spawning. And here I'm going to do var d equal null just for now and send it like this, just to don't have the error. So I don't want to work on the wave resource for now. So what we're working on for let's say the next minute, let's say next 10 minutes is if we go to the prototype, spawn something inside here, have that thing move here, and the second it reaches this location, I want it to start rotating around. So this is what we want to do. So let's start. So enemy spawner starts spawning. So enemy spawner. So let's simply call spawn enemy, and it's going to receive. Is it going to receive a packed scene, or is it going to receive a path? If we receive a path, I'll need to load the resource every time. If I get a packed scene. So I think what is going to happen is in export params we're going to have the following. We're going to have this export and variable, and we're going to call it enemy resources, and it is going to be an array of packed scenes. And we are going to spawn enemy is going to receive an index, for now 0, and we're going to spawn. So we say var new enemy is equal enemy resources index dot instance, and we are going to start by saying if index is greater to or equal to enemy resources size. We can simply do print no index out of bounds for resource for enemy resource type, and we can do get tree width. Otherwise, we are going to instance a new enemy. So we don't have any room. Let's give ourselves some room. So new enemy resource index, and now is it going to be the child of? Is it going to be the child immediately? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be the child immediately. Okay, I think I have a vague idea of what I want to happen. So let's add point location. I always forget how it's called. Point, yeah, position. Sorry, position 3D, and we're going to call it spawn point. It's going to be at the edge here, and we can play with it afterwards. Int is signed. Yeah, you are correct. I need to also test for this. Enemy spawner, right here. So, or index smaller than 0. So we do this. Otherwise, we create the enemy, and I think the enemy is going to walk by itself. I think the enemy is going to be a free spirit. We're going to set it out to the world, and it's going to do its thing. I like it because it's really encapsulated like this. Fine, so we have a new enemy. Okay, so we're going to add it to ourselves first. So we're going to do add child and new enemy, and it's going to be at our location. And then okay, I think I have I can't really escape from creating the enemy right now. So let's create yeah, so it's going to be an area. Is the enemy going to be an area? Yeah, I think it's going to be an area for now. Sorry. No, oh, sorry. So let's change the type. I want it to be area. I'm going to call it enemy. And it's going to have a spatial node for graphics. And it's going to be a collision. We're going to have a collision shape. That's it. So this is going to be enemy. I think I'm going to give it a different folder because maybe I'll create the types there. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it. I'm so sure that I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it variations. And in variations, I'm going to take the enemy scene. I'm going to say create a new inherited scene. And I'm going to call this one enemy, or maybe debug enemy. And I'm going to save it under variations. Amazing. So let's go to our generic enemy for a second. You go, thank you. Go to the generic enemy. Let's add an enemy script. Here, this one is going to be slightly more complex. So here, for sure, I'm going to need all my redundant titles. Move to location. Oh, did they say move to location wrong? Enemy spawner. Move to oh, right. Location. Great. So enemy. Now export parameters. So we're going to have export var speed. It's going to be a float. Default to 1. Export var life. Yeah, why not? Float. Initialize it to 1. So we have speed, we have life. That's it for now. Let's have this ready. So here I'm going to have a variable for current life. It's going to be an onReady var, and it's going to be equal to float equal to life. Okay, export parameters. So, oh, that's not, sorry. This is going to be our override functions. And this is going to be our API functions. And we already have some API functions in mind. So we have the following function: move to spawn point, and it's going to receive vector 3. It's counting down, a decounter, I guess. So we have move to spawn point. We are going to have the physics process updated. We are going to have one parameter called isMoving, and it is going to be a boolean. It's going to be defaulted to false. Anything else? Let's see. Let's think about it. Let's go to my enemy spawner. So I created it. I added the new child, and then I say new enemy instance, and I'm going to and let's give it some class name, enemy. So now I can do as enemy. And do I have a cyclical dependency? So this is the enemy spawner. Do the enemy know about the enemy spawner? Not yet. Oh, the feature I can't wait for. Just by the way, there's this amazing guy working on JavaScript, and I can't wait for him to finish working on the cyclical dependencies. Class names is so super important. So we create a new enemy, and now we can say new enemy move to spawn point, and we are going to give it so it's going to be on ready var spawn point is going to be are you angry with me? Oh, because I'm not here, so you don't know. So okay, so it's going to be spawn point. Yeah, it's how many hits to kill the enemy. This is the life parameter. So spawn point. And now I can go here and I can say spawn point dot global transform dot origin. Excellent. So let's go to enemy and move to spawn point. So enemy is also going to have a tween. And now I can go to my enemy and I can say the following. I can say var start, and this is just to make the code cleaner, is going to be equal to a global transform origin. And we already have, so it's v. And now I can do tween. It's going to be called just once, so and I'm going to have a lot of objects, so I don't want objects to be big. So in this instance, it's better to not cache the tween. So now I'm going to take the tween and I'm going to interpolate property self. And now I always forget how to do it. I can probably do this like this. Translation. Yeah. Maybe we'll see if it's going to work. It's going to be so much easier. So let's do it like this. Translate. So we can do translation start, and now we also need to move this to be right. So start to v. Duration should be let's put t here, and let's also send it here. So it's going to be t float, and let's initialize it to something. Let's say 2 seconds, which is I think fine. And we need translinear, and that means we don't care what's happening here. And now we can do tween dot start, and we can do yield tween all completed. And then we can do get tree, get nodes in group, and now we can go to our level and edit to group level, and then in enemy and I wrote a function receive enemy. Oh yeah, I forgot about something, but it's a very quick fix. I'm going to show you this in a second. So receive enemy, yeah. So let's go to enemy, and we're going to do receive enemy self. That's great. And then I'm going to set is moving to true. And now the thing I forgot, which is very, very important, level expects enemy to be a path follow. So and I put enemy to be as an area because I wanted the enemy to be able to interact with the environment. So what we are going to do, we are going to change the type to path follow. We're going to create the area here, and we are going to call it sensor, and we are going to put the collision shape here. Now we can connect all the signals here to our enemy, which is a path follow. Now everybody's happy. We can achieve everything we want. But now we need to change this to path follow. Excellent. And now in the physics process, we can say if is moving. Oh, it can be in the process. We don't need the physics process. We can do what we did with our level test. Did I delete it? Yeah, I did. So let's do it now. Var new offset is equal to unit offset plus delta times speed what does extends mean? I never used it in Godot. So delta times speed, and oh wait, this is boolean, not a function, and new offset minus gets 1 if new offset is greater than 1, else 0. Unit offset equals offset. And now it's going to move to the spawn point, start moving, and if it takes hit and die, we are a-okay. Okay, so let's go to my debug enemy. Let's go to 3D. Let's give him something to look like. So let's add the mesh instance. Create, let's say, I don't want it to be a capsule, that's too complex. Let's do like this stupid sphere. Let's make it smaller. Let's make it simpler. Yep. Let's add a mesh instance just so we can see it. It's the inheritance in top of file. Oh. Oh, yeah. I am, you know, it's the type of thing that I forgot so many times that I just do it automatically right now. So mesh instance should be higher, so 0.125. Yeah, sorry, it's the radius. So now it's going to sit on, and I think we should add some more, so that's 0.35 because the path itself has a height of 0.1. So now the enemy is going to move on the path. I'm not going to add the collision shape because we're not going to use it for now. Why are you angry with me? Not configure. Oh, you want to be the parent of a path ball. Yeah, I know. Okay, fine. So is it going to work? Let's see. Let's go to prototype. Let's go to my enemy spawner. Let's add the debug enemy. And for now, in the enemy spawner code, I always try to spawn the first enemy that I have. So it's interesting. Let's see what's happened. Let's just okay. First invert get index 0 in base get. Why are you mad at me? Because you can't find an enemy spawner. Prototype. enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. So you don't like this. You don't like this. Why? I'm pretty sure you were supposed to be created after the prototype, or are you being created before the prototype? Should the game manager simply, I think it's going to be cleaner if the game manager creates a new enemy spawner, then it will be easier to support multiple spawners in the future, and it's going to solve this annoying problem of trying to figure out which is going to be instance before. So now it's going to be mad. What are you doing? Okay, first of all, Godot, please calm down. Really? Okay, let's do this. So variable enemy spawner resource, which is going to be a packed scene, is going to be equal to preload, and we're going to give it the enemy spawner scene. Let's also have an array, old spawners array. So for now, in the end wave, let's do for s in old spawners s dot how am I going to call it? It's going to be one of the API functions. So how do you call something? Let's do like this. Func, and I call it disappear. And life. And for now, it's just going to be queue free. And life. Okay. And then we're going to start the wave. And we are going to set old spawners to be equal nothing. And now in the start of the wave, create new spawner. So var new spawner, sorry, not enemy spawner is going to be equal to enemy spawner resource instance. And now we need to add it, so we can do get tree current scene add child enemy spawner, and that's it. I think this is going to solve everything. Yep. Let's run it again. Now when I press debug, I expect an enemy to spawn, go here, start rotating. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay, for now, shut this down and just do this. Just do this. I don't have, oh yeah, I fixed location. Run it again. and it comes here, but it don't want to start moving. And I think, okay, let's look at the remote just for a second. Let's go to level. Okay, so we have the debug enemy here, and it seems like we never reached. Okay, let's make sure that this is what's happening. So it seems like the enemy never reached beyond this point. So we want to call yield on my twin to twin all completed, but we never reached this point. So let's add a breakpoint here, and let's see if I'm correct in my assumption. You can see here, by the way, that we do spawn an enemy. It's going. It's reading. Oh, so we did reach here. Get tree, get nodes in group level 0, receive enemy. Okay, so why aren't you moving, mon chéri? So now we're in the remote. Let's go. So we have an enemy spawner, and we have the debug enemy here. And I expect once I press here, the levels receive enemy is going to be called. So let's do it. Yes. So path add child enemy. So this is exactly what I want to happen. So I'm expecting it to change from here to here, and if it's not working, probably add child is not the correct function to call to switch between two nodes. So let's go back to my enemy, add another stop point, and we have the debug enemy here. So I'm interested. I have a million messages in my debugger. Maybe this is the reason. Oh, sorry, this is not debugger. So what do you want? Request for non-existent input map camera pen. Yeah, you are right. I didn't answer everything. Okay, so yeah, so I can't just simply call add child. I need to switch between parents, which was what I expected to happen. So let's delete this. Let's try to remove all the breakpoints I just added, and instead of add child, let's do change. Maybe that's something with parent. Yeah, parent. If any of you know the function to switch between two parents, let me know and save me this search. Get parent. No, let's maybe set parent. Set parent. Switch parent. Change. No. Yeah, that's for sure. But you know, it's. I would expect it to have a native function for this. I can do this very easily. I can do enemy dot parent dot remove child enemy. But these two things seems like such an it seems like something that should be written into the engine. So maybe I shouldn't waste time on these things in a game jam. On base path follow. Okay. That get parent. Okay. Don't be mad at me. Okay, now it simply jumped to the center, and I get a lot of debugger errors. So this is probably going to explain what's the problem. No, it's just angry with camera pen. Okay, if you're angry so much with camera pen, let me just Yes, debugger. Are you still mad at me for things? No? Great. Let's see if now I'll get some informative issue. No, nothing in the debugger. Okay, so let's see what we can do about that. So we have the prototype, we have the level. Oh, first of all, let's see that we did do the switcheroo. So let's go to my remote. Enemy spawner does not have any children, but path has debug path as a child. Okay, so let's go to my enemy. Let's go to the script. Let's maybe stop it for a second. And in the enemy script, oh, offset. What? Who wrote that? Was it you? You did who wrote that? I want to know right now. Who is the asshole who wrote it? Yeah, we'll start rotating, and you can immediately see that we have a problem. That let's do it again. Oh, maybe I can. First of all, I don't like the speed, so let's just go to my debug enemy for a second and reduce the speed. Let's do 0.1. Okay, so when I spawn, look at this here, it's going to jump to the first point in the path and not to the correct point in the path. So we jump here. But we want to be able to calculate where is it going to be on the path. And I think that it is going to be a problem. I think if, okay, so let's go to OneNote. I think this is going to we are going to need some explaining to do here. So I have a circle, like a graphical representation of a circle that I want the ball to follow, but the ball currently does not follow this path. What this ball follows is the lines I created like this. So if I want to be able to control where the ball is on the path with respect to the circle, I'm going to need to write a conversion between this point here and the offset on the circle itself. So I'm going to spend 3 minutes trying to see if there's an easy way of doing it. If not, there is a simpler way. We can spawn, we can say that all the enemies have a center point here at 0, and they're going to have a radius. And at the end of the radius, we're going to have both the graphics and the area, the sensor. And then to create movement here, like this, it's just going to be simply animating the radius. And to create the circular motion, it's just going to be rotating this center node here. So as you can see, this is a very simple way of achieving what I want. But if I have a simpler way of doing it with the path, I'm going to do it like this. So let's go back to Godot. Let's go to the path. And let's see what functions do we have. So we have a curve here. Let's see what function do we have. Get baked land, flow, tilts, up vector, closest. Ooh, that's what I want. Get closest offset. Get closest offset. Let's see if this is going to give me a good enough result. It might not give me the best result, but let's try. Let's see what happens. Okay, so now I can do something different. I don't need the spawn point. I have the enemy spawner. Let's try a dirty way of doing it, and then we'll try maybe in the future to clean it up a little bit. So the dirty way is going to be get the variable, get the level, or even better, okay, even better, we can remove this. We can leave it, just if I want to change it back. Let's go to the enemy. Now I have this vector v, and I can do var level equal blah 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 blah, and then I can do level dot receive enemy, and then I can do v equals level dot get spawn point, I'm going to call it, and it's going to receive start, and I'm going to go to level, and I'm going to have an API function called exactly that, get spawn point. It's going to get a vector3, and it's going to return vector3, and it's going to be path dot get close var curve equal path dot curve, yes, as curve 3D, and we're going to do return curve get closest point for V. Let's try now. Oh, and just before that, to enemy, and is moving. Before I start moving, I need to do offset equals, no, not offset, let's say unit offset. No, just a second. Curve 3D, I saw get closest offset, and we have get closest point. Turn the closest offset to point. This offset is meant to be used in interpolate baked or interpolate baked up vector. 2 point must be in this curve's local space. Okay, let's do it. So level, I get, so we're going to have get spawn point, and we are going to also have get spawn offset, and we are going to do get closest offset. Get closest offset and V. And now in enemy, I'm going to say that offset is equal level get closest offset. Oh, sorry, get spawn offset V. No, get spawn offset, yeah, V. I was right. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. And that's a nope. Oh, Silicilame. Let's go to enemy spawner and global transform origin. No, didn't happen, didn't help. Why don't you like it? Curve 3D, get return the closest point in curves local space to the point. Must be in this button. So we might be able to solve it by doing this. So v equals to local v. What I'm afraid is happening is that sometimes with Godot's curve, it only uses part of the path, one segment. But here, and you can see it only jumps to the first segment, which is very weird to me. But yeah, some prints will sure help. So let's do it. So let's do print v wait. Yeah, that's the problem. Start is my translation. So I don't want my translation, I want global transform origin. Okay, let's look multiple things that's happening. You can clearly see the edges of the path. The path is not round. So this is going to be annoying, and this is something inherent to the way path is implemented. So I'm starting to feel like I did a mistake by doing it like this. I think, yeah, that's for sure. No matter. Let's re-implement enemy. Let's do it. Okay, let's re-implement enemy and let's see how much it's going to change everything. So let's change the type to, okay, first of all, before I do anything, I think you're right. Okay, so I think there's a deeper question here. So the deeper question is, do I want to be able to create complex paths? If so, I need to use path. Otherwise, no, I want a circle. The entire thing is around circle. I think we'll do it in a circle. Okay, and now I need to start putting the pedal to the metal. Okay, so now we have this. We're going to have the graphic and the sensor, and there. Let's put them both at the edge. Let's call it edge. What? Let's do spatial. Let's call it edge. Put both of you at the edge, above the tween, and we're going to have another spatial. We're going to call it pivot, and we're going to put this here, and now I can save it. Let's do some tests with So we have pivot. Where is the graphics? Oh, I changed everything. So let's go to graphics. Let's add here a mesh instance. You know what? Why on earth did I create all these things if I'm not using them? So debug shapes. Let's take a tiny cube, put it under graphics. Now we have it. We can take it up, and no, it's already raised. That's good. So now if I go to my edge, I can simply control the distance using R. And if I want to control the rotation, I can simply rotate around Y. And now I can have objects that move left and right and closer and further away. So this is 0. This is 0. Let's start. I think we can have. Okay, so enemy spawner. Let's go to the prototype one. Let's click on it. Let's go to the transform. And yes, enemy. Okay. Enemy transform should also be something like this. So let's also change it. So we have enemy spawner. The graphics are here. So we want to add spatial node. Let's call it pivot. And let's have the graphics at the edge. Spawn point can be deleted. And now I can save it. Yes, I can go to prototype. Let's go to my enemy spawner and let's zero everything. Now the way I'm going to move it is by having, I'm going to take graphics and put graphics at 11, was it? No, sorry, negative 11, negative 13, negative 15, maybe slightly closer. Yes, I think that's just going to be the base of all our objects. All our object is going to be always at 0 and just rotated and move closer and further away with yeah. Okay. And now we'll need to change some more things, and I'm going to probably have a million errors when I run it for the first time, but that's fine. Now when I spawn an enemy couldn't be fully loaded. Let's see why. Okay, because obviously we are spatial right now. So in process, all we need to do is rotation, rotate Y, delta times speed. Do I still have errors? Yeah. Level isn't declared in the current scope because we don't need it. So move. Yeah. Probably. But the thing is that I'm deliberating with myself is if I'm going to create a base class and I'm not going to put let's say half an hour to fully think this ID through, I might create a base class that is not versatile enough, and then I'm just going to be stuck. So I think because we only have so little types, I'm just going to write them as is. I might regret this because I think the correct thing would be to find a way to create a base class for objects that are interacting with the level, but yeah, that's a little bit too much for me right now. So let's just continue. I think on a good day I have 3 more hours. Let's see how much my girls are going to sleep today. Okay, so let's do a test here just for a second. Let's go to level. Let's add a debug enemy. Excellent. And now enemy spawner, the graphics are at negative 14.39. So let's try put the enemy at negative 14. Yeah, great. So yeah, that's actually perfect. Oh, negative 10. Okay, let's go to my enemy spawner. Let's add the pivot. Yeah, so let's add a spatial for the edge. Let's add the graphics to the edge. Let's add this point, position, 3D. Let's put it here. And now I think no. Yes, it's going to be fine. So this is 5.36 before. Now I can go to prototype. Let's save it. Let's go to my enemy spawner. Let's take the edge to what it was, 15, negative 15, slightly before. So we're at 0.14 and the position is at 5.3. So we're going to need 0.14 plus 5, let's say 9. If I put, according to my calculations, if I go to the edge here and put it on 9, it's going to be on the spawn position. Yeah, so this is how we're going to do it. Yep, this is how we're going to do it. Okay, let's start working on it. So enemy spawner, okay, so we have spawn point, but it's not like this anymore. It's going to be edge position 3D. This is the spawn point. Global transform origin, that's correct. Okay, move to spawn point. Enemy, so it is going to be at 0 right now. Okay, and now we can do the following. Already var starting point is going to be the edge. So add child, new enemy. And now we can go to the enemy base class. And we can have an API function called set distance from, I think probably a base class is going to be, I'm going to rewrite a lot of code here. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Set distance from center. And we're going to give it a value of, which is going to be float. And we're going to return nothing. And we're going to say it's going to be edge. It's going to be spatial. And it's going to be pivot edge. And we can say that edge dot global transform origin z equal v. And now in my enemy spawner, I'm going to do new enemy, set distance from center, starting point, global transform origin z. Now I'm going to go to move to spawn point. So move to spawn point is going to do the following. We don't need this start. Start is going to be edge global transform origin z. Value is going to be float. We don't need the level anymore. And we're going to change self global. No, it's going to be edge global transform origin. I'm going to change z from start to v in t translinear, and then start moving. And let's just make sure that in enemy spawner, want to move global transform origin z. I mean, maybe it will work. Who knows? On vector 3. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. So this is going to be origin. This should be vector 3. Global transform origin. And an enemy spawner, just this. Excellent. So now let's go to prototype. Let's remove the debug enemy that we don't want. And now let's go to my debug enemy and just increase the speed because we're talking now rotation in radians. So if I do 3.14, it's going to be half. So let's do 3.14 times half. Okay, there's going to be a small game with the speed here and the speed here, but I think it's fine. Okay. Yeah, we got it. By the way, I found why we find it to move in. So I don't want to zoom to cursor. Now I will always stay centered. Yeah, way too quick. That's not very tower defense speeds here. That's way too quick. Okay, so where we are, let's see. Let's go to my Trello board just for a second. So I think level might be deprecated, to be honest. Yeah, level is deprecated. So we did an enemy. Did we do an enemy? Yeah, we did. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Enemy movement. And now we will need enemy attack. So enemy movement, we're done. Enemy spawner, no. So for us to be able to say we finished enemy spawner, we need to be able to do waves and we need the spawner to be able to read the waves and do them. Okay, so how are we going to do waves? Okay, I'm going to do a quick and dirty wave system, and it's going to be like this. So we want a new script. We want it to be a resource, and we're going to call it wave. And wave resource is going to have one export param export, which is going to be an array of vector 3, at least for now, an array of vector 3, and we're going to call it composition. So var composition. We're going to have export parameter export variable float, sorry, angle float, export var int, sorry, no, bool clockwise bool equals true. So this is, I think, everything we need. And now we can do it like this. Okay, so let's do another folder. waves, new resource, wave. Oh, I think, should I do like this? Class name wave template. Maybe. New resource, wave template. Thank you. And we call it debug wave. And debug wave, where it's going to be at angle, let's say 60, no, let's say 180. And it's going to go clockwise, and the composition is going to be so it's going to be, let's write to ourselves, format x is enemy index, y is enemy number of enemies. So it's going to be, so now I say it's going to be 0. I want 5 of them. Maybe delay between them. Spawner should be able to rotate around the ring too. Yeah, enemy spawner already have this pivot edge and everything. So yeah. Where was I? Oh, sorry. So yeah, so we have the enemy index, the number of enemies, and should I put here this, you know, what else do I need to know about each of those parts? So it's going to be the enemy index, the number of enemies, and maybe direction. And here, let's do like export var, and it's going to be delay between waves. Type delay. Oh, sorry, the float. Okay, save it, debug wave. So I want it to be 180. Delay between 2 enemies. No, between 2 enemies. I want to also control that. Or do I want to control that? I think when I think of the user playing the game, so there's a wave that's going clockwise. So let's say above the spawner, there's like an arrow that says it's going to go clockwise, and then I want to give him some time to move everything to. Let's say in a single wave, I have 2 types of enemies. One goes counterclockwise, one goes clockwise. So I want a delay between these. So the delay is between every 2 inserts in the table. But I must be able to control this also. So how am I going to do it? How? That's interesting. Just okay. Let's do a test. Let's do a test. New resource. Sorry. New script. Let's call it. Let it be a resource. And we're going to call it wave part. Okay. Now wave part is going to have, let's just do it like this, class name wave part template. Let's go to wave. Let's see if I can put wave part template here without getting an error. Yeah. Okay, so let's just put here resource. It's going to be slightly more annoying, but it's fine. Okay, so we have angle and we have the delay between every two wave parts, and a wave part is going to be export. No, that's just going to be so annoying to create everything. Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's delete this. It's just going to be a relic. This is going to be an array of arrays. Is this allowed? Fine. And now I'm going to do it. Let's finish this. Now I can do this again. Format. So it's going to be index, number, inner delay, outer delay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, but then I started to think about all the sub resources. So for every wave, let's say I need 4 different parts. So that's another 4 resources. And I want to, it's a game jam. I want to be able to quickly create waves and have a fast way of doing it. So we can do it now like this. Does this make sense? Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first one is going to be index 0. We want 5 of them. Between each of them, I want 0.0 delay, and until the next wave, and until the next part, I want 1 second delay. And then another wave, and it's going to be the same index. I want 3. I want oh, it's an int. I want to float. Get it. Yeah, 0.1. Okay, thank you. So I want index 0, 5 of them, 0.2 between each of them, 2 seconds delay. And then same index, 3, half a second between them, and then 3 seconds afterwards. So this is going to be the first one. Now I need to think of a way of giving this to the enemy, to the game manager. And also maybe I want like randomly gentle. Wait. No, not now. Relax, bro. Relax. Maybe just use int more readable to have delay index number than an array. Now this entire thing is very messy and ugly, and I don't like it. But I think that's the best for now. What time is it? It's 4. So I have 2 hours. So I think okay. Let's do some thinking. I think I want to have something working, and I'm going to upload it to itch, and then I'm going to let people at least maybe see if they can play and understand the game. And then I'm going to use the 5 hours that I'm going to do today after everybody wakes up and go to sleep again for cleaning the code, and then I'm going to go to sleep. And yeah, so I'm going to do 2 hours, and I'm going to go game jam mode, and all I'm going to do is just finish things. Bam, bam, bam. Let's just finish everything. Okay, so start wave. We do now want to use this old spawners. So now I'm not going to start with an enemy spawner. I'm not new spawner is going to be enemy spawner resource dot instance. So it's going to be enemy spawner. So now we created the new spawner. We want to create the wave object. So for now, let's do like this. Var waves and this new, no, sorry, and let's do var current wave and -1, and when we end the wave we do all this and we say current wave +1. So var d is going to be waves current wave, and let's add a state here. So if current wave is greater or equal to waves size game 1. Game 1, we're going to do print victory, get 3, quit. Defeat. Excellent. The waves current wave, load wave data, and fine. And now I can go to my enemy spawner and I can say that data is wave template. Wave template. And now we want to rotate. Yeah, that's it. Just rotate. And we want actually that the base enemy spawner edge Z value is going to be -14.3, I think it was. And now observe the prototype and just see that it's actually let's delete the old enemy spawner. Let's add another enemy spawner and let's see that it's Yeah, it's at the edge. That's great. Now we can say rotate. So enemy spawner. So we say pivot rotation degrees y equal data dot angle. Okay, I'm in prototype. I can actually delete this enemy spawner, and now let's see what happens when I press debug. What? Because then I would be sending a signal to myself, because game1 is a function here. Maybe it would actually be better to send the signal just if anything else needs to happen when the game is won. So I think, yeah, maybe just do it like this. Emit signal game1. Okay, now I can't remember what error I was trying to fix. Yes. So it's 0 if index is 0 is greater or equal to enemy resource dot size. Enemy resource dot size is 0. So I would expect you to go inside. And quit. Oh, I get it. It doesn't quit fast enough. Okay, fine. I don't care because that's actually an error I need to solve. So let's add the debugging. Let's try them again. Excellent. So it spawned 180 degrees and added the first enemy. That's excellent. Now let's see that I can control everything. So let's say 90 and run it again. And now I expect it to appear in the side, and it does. No, yeah, now I'm out of bounds. But why did you come to the center? Did you do it also before? Let's see. No, 180 was fine for you. Let's see at 0. What's happening? Also correct. Let's try 270. That's weird. Let's try something in the middle. Okay, so it's something with the spawning. Let's see. Enemy spawner. Starting point. pivot edge, global transform, origin. Move to spawn point, global transform, origin. Let's do a short print. Is start position set before the move? Well, this is what I'm trying to test to see if that's what's happening. But I have load wave data here, and as you can see, it seems to. Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. Sorry. I know what's the problem. What the problem is. So we also when we spawn a new enemy, when we edit as a child, no, it's supposed to work. The Z movement should be done locally. Yeah, actually, yeah, new enemy is a child of this, so we can do transform, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to solve it. Let's see. Yeah, no, it should be global. But it seems like it spawns the unit before it finish moving. So this is what I think is happening here. Let's see how is this possible. So let's do spawn enemy for a second. And let's click debug. And you can see I set the spawn enemy before we reach here, which is very, very weird to me. So we add the child here. Let's do it again. Just continue. Let's look at the game. And yeah, so we haven't finished moving, but we already spawned the enemy. So let's see how is that possible. So let's follow everything from the beginning. So I press the button. I call the signal wave ended. Game manager receives wave ended and called end wave. End wave go over all the old spawner and end them. Zero everything and increment the current wave. If we don't have any waves to load, we win the game. Otherwise, we start the wave. So here, we create an enemy spawner. Is it possible that I have something in the ready function here? No, just add to group. Fine. So we create a new enemy spawner and we add the child to the current scene. Then we load the waves. We call enemy load wave data. Oh, okay. I have a vague idea of what might be going on. Let's see. Let's go to enemy spawner and instead just rotate ourselves like this. This is just weird. In move to location currently does nothing. The entire movement happens in load wave data, but it's supposed to happen. It's supposed to finish before it does this. So I just want to see something. Yeah, so it's not. It got nothing to do with the time. So this has nothing to do with time. I add it to myself. And I don't rotate it. So first of all, I think I need to no. This is this. Let's just see for a second that we still work with 0 and 180. So we don't work with 0 and 180. And why is that? Let's see. Okay, let's go to enemy just before it starts moving. Excellent. Now let's go to remote. Let's go to my enemy. Let's go to debug enemy. And debug enemy. Edge is at 8. And it does not look to be at 8. Okay, enemy spawner. This should be okay. Var start equals starting point. Blah 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 blah. Transform origin.z var end starting point is the edge itself. So yeah, so we have start. Here we want start z. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's stop this and let's see that it's rotating appropriately. Thank you very much. Grazie. Let's do like 330. Gracias. Let's do some edge cases. Let's do like 500. Thank you. And let's do negative value, just great. And now let's do 0. Yep. Okay, so we have this working. So we have spawn enemy, we have load wave data. So we'll probably want to do is something like this: variable data wave template, and we simply save it. Self.data equals data. Yeah, it's just always working with the 3D coordinates. You need to just think about it for a second, and when it clicks, it clicks. So data, and now I want to start spawning. So I think the enemy spawner should have a timer, and we should cache it. Great. So now let's do start spawning. So we need to iterate for d in data and composition. So we have, let's do its index is equal to d. Let's do like enum, and it's going to be index and count inner delay, outer delay. So we have inner delay, right? I in range count spawn enemy index timer dot start inner delay yield timer timeout yield timer dot start outer delay yield timer timeout. And this should work. Let's see. Five, 2, 3. Everybody, pat yourself on the back. We got it. We have it. Let's run some more conclusive tests. So we want to spawn index. Let's do like 0.5 between them, and let's do 3-second delay, and let's do just 2. Let's say, and then let's do 2. Let's do 1-second delay and 0 afterwards. Let's run it again. 1. Excellent. Excellent. So we have enemy movement. We have the enemy spawner. I'm pretty sure we have the enemy spawner. I'm pretty sure we have it. I'm pretty sure. I might be a little tired, but I'm pretty sure we got it. Okay, wave data structure. I'm gonna put it at done, and maybe I'm going to add. Let's do some color. Let's do a label, and let's label this needs more love. Aren't we all, guys? Aren't we all? So it needs more love, and let's do this done. Oh, what are you? Hey! Who asked for you? Delete. Stop it. Thank you. So you are done, and we are not done. We are need some more love, and let's do this like okay, I guess. Question mark. I think most of the things are going to be okay, I guess. So this needs more love. Enemy movement is okay, I guess. And the spawner, still, I think it's also going to be an okay, I guess. Great. Yeah, totally. Okay, what now? Movable building. Let's do it. So, new scene, and a movable building is going to be an area. It is going to have. Okay, I think the pivot is, at least in this case, or actually in all the cases up until now, was redundant. So no pivot, but we will have a spatial node for the edge. And a movable building is not going to be an area. It is going to be a spatial node. And it is going to be here. Graphics and sensor. and sensor is going to have a collision shape, and that's it. So let's save the scene in a new folder called buildings. So this is a movable building. It's going to have the script, and it is going to have the following functions. Set location. I'm going to get value float and return nothing, and it's simply going to be rotation degrees y equal v. This is going to be set location. No, so it's going to be, it's supposed to be, okay, it's going to be angle and distance. And edge is going to be edge. So edge dot translation z is going to be distance. Okay, this is going to be set location, and now we can have okay, so now we need to make another decision. So the decision is this. So let's say I have a ring and I have a building here, and I want to move it. Do I allow the movement to be in any number I want? So can I just say any float angle, or am I going to have like buildable areas here all around the edge? And when I want to move a building, I can only move in increments of one size, like this. So I think let's think about it for a second. Let's say I have two buildings. Let's just for a second delete this. Let's say I'm on this arch, and I have a building here, and I have a building here. So if I'm going to allow to move, you know what, this is actually very interesting. I think what I'm going to do is like this. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow continuous motion, but I think if the user tries to take, if I build two buildings, okay, this is building A and this is building B, and I want to move building B to the left, I also have to move building A to the left. And now you need to think a little bit about the order of the buildings. So let's say on the previous wave you had the wave come from here, and I don't say it's probably not going to be in the game, but let's say building B freezes the enemies, make them, you know, slower or something, and building A is something that has a very high rate of fire but very low, sorry, very low rate of fire but very high damage. So usually in tower defense games you put a freezer, something that slows down, and something that shoots slow as a combination. So now when the wave comes like this, it's a good orientation. But let's say the next wave is going to come from here. Now they are in a reverse order, which means in order for tower B to be to the left, you need to rotate it all the way around, and you can't have another building here blocking it. So I think it adds some more, another element to it. However, I think it's going to be pretty annoying to implement the dragging of buildings around. So let's see how that works, how it's going to work. And to summarize, I'm going to start with continuous motion. I think it's the smart thing to do. Let's see if OBS is still recording. Yeah, OBS is still recording. Great. So we have set location. Let's have a function called rotate clockwise. And rotate counter clockwise. Is this how I want to do it? It's going to be like, so is it going to be, am I going to control with the mouse, or am I going to control with the keyboard? Hello. So if I allow to move with the mouse, let's do both. Let's do both, and then we can pick the better one. So rotate counter. Yeah, that's probably correct. Let's see if we'll end up doing any major revisions to the code. I think the first thing I'm going to change is the wave system, and the second thing is going to be changing enemy spawner to be a movable building. So yeah. Okie dokie. So rotate clockwise, rotate. So let's have. Sorry. So this is going to be export parameters, and we're going to have export var speed float. Let's say, I don't know, 1 for now. And in parameters, we're going to have var is selected, which is going to be a boolean, and it's going to be initialized to be false. So we're going to have a movable building. So this is the sensor. I might end up having multiple areas, but I think for movable building, the sensor should be the one that detects the UI. So let's have input event here in movable object on sensor input event. So I want to do, let's in project settings, let's do left mouse button just for a second, and have it here. So if event is action pressed, left mouse button is selected is true, we are going to print selected. And in buildings, new folder, movable building, new inherited scene, debug movable, telegraphic, something like, I don't know, small cube, and save it. Go to prototype. Let's add this debug movable. Let's run it for a second. Let's click. Oh, something very important. We need to set the sensor collision shape. So let's do a new box shape. Let's take it up. I think that's pretty good. You know, I like having bigger items. So let's just see if we at all get the sensor input. It doesn't seem like it. And oh yeah, sure. It's something I always forget. So we need to go to mouse and we need to go to and ignore. And now, great. Pretty sure it's going to work now. Yeah, so selected. This is great. So we can currently select a building, and now we can do the following. Let's do something like this just for now, because if I wouldn't do it very quickly, we are going to get out of hand with this code. Input event, so if not is selected, return. Let's do this. Let's do building move clockwise. Building move counter clockwise. And let's do something like clockwise is going to be D, I think, in the current camera configuration, and counterclockwise is going to be A. Okay, so if event is action pressed building move clockwise, rotate clockwise. Else if event is action. You know what? No. I want an if. Is action pressed building move counterclockwise, rotate counterclockwise. And both of those should get delta. Oh, are you using a different keyboard configuration? I really had some serious thoughts about transferring to a different one. Maybe I'll just do key, with the arrow keys if it's not working. Expected indentation. How about now, Mr. Unexpected Indentation? So we want delta, and also we want delta. And rotate clockwise is, let's do some test for just a second. So if I take the edge and I take transform and I give it some negative z, like negative 5, and I want to rotate clockwise. So I subtract. Fine. Rotation y negative delta times speed. Okay, now let's go to my prototype. Let's go to my debug movable editable children. Take the edge, give it some distance. Let's say negative 7. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's run. Select. Move. Woo-wee. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. But now, when I look at it from here, it's going to confuse me. I really need to know how to pronounce your name, because you are, it's like, I feel like I have, a good angel on my shoulder that every time I do some, bad, something bad, you give me, you help me to fix it. So I can do, you're completely right. I can do this. Now select it, and we can move the buildings. But it's going to be super confusing. It's going to be amazingly confusing. When I look at it from here, it's fine. When I look at it from the other side, it's very confusing. I'm going to have to solve it somehow if I want the game to be enjoyable. Because I think if someone is really stressed and the enemies are coming and it starts to be confusing because of the camera angle, it's not going to be fun. Okay, so but we have a movable build, which is nice. Okay, what are we going to do now? We have a movable building. Pretty sure we have a movable building. So let's move it to done, and let's label it as needs more love. Okay, it was too quick for me to feel good about it. Next, what are we going to do next? So static building, not important. Base and enemy attack, this combination I want. So let's do it. Let's close everything not important. Excellent. Dot product between the camera and the building. Interesting. Yeah. Um, you can also project the vector from the building to the camera onto one of the right or left. I mean, the basis x of the building, and based on the projection, you can know whether or not the camera right is the building's right, or the other way around, and then flip it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, what I want now, I told you I have, I think, on a good day, an hour, and before my daughters wake up, and I want before that to have the enemies attack the base, and at least one turret attacking the enemies. So let's see if we can do it. So we want a building, so let's remove this. Let's go to mobile, new inherited scene. Let's call it main base. Okay. Let's set it to be debug shape. Let's make it a pillar. Pillar is tall, but it's not very big, so I think it's going to be at least for now a good placeholder. And let's start. First of all, let's remove this script. And now let's add the script again, but this time as a dependency. So we want the buildings, the building, and no, not here. We want main base here. Yeah, fine. And we can save it in movable buildings. Yes, that's also fine. Let's delete everything. Let's do export lambs. Oh, sorry, export var health. It's going to be an integer. Let's do it safer. Health export, so it's going to be an int in the range of 0 to 100 at least for now, and it's going to be called health. And let's initialize it to 10. Now let's get some now we have params, so already var current health equals, which is an integer, equals health. Maybe let's call it star. Excellent. Now let's have some API functions. Hit and damage, which is, do we want it to be a float? Yeah, why not? Let's do this float, and let's do this float. It returns nothing, and we say that current health negative minus gets damage if current health less than or equals to 0, events dot emit signal game over, game lost. And and we're going to go to our event bus, and I want a signal for base kit. Yeah. So yeah, main bay and events, emit signal, base hit. Maybe let's at least for now do an else if, and maybe we'll change it in the future. And I'm going to write myself to do add sound end. No, I don't need to write it because I know it's the case. Okay. Script templates. That's interesting. Are you planning on being on the stream on Sunday? If so, we'll probably have a lot of time to just experiment with stuff. It sounds very interesting. Anything with scripting in the name is already piques my interest. Okay, so we can get hit. And we have a sensor for the building. We just need to add a shape to it. So let's add it now. Box shape. Let's make it slightly smaller, like this, and like this. Great. And we have the sensor. So, oh no. This is also the sensor that handles player clicks. So we want it to encapsulate the entire building. Okay, now it's fine. Now we can connect this again. If that's possible, that's going to save me a lot of time. It sounds like something I really want to have. So now on body entered. Let's do it to our main base. On sensor body entered, so our enemies should all be, this is just class, this is already functions, so let's do fight ready, add to group enemies. No. Yeah, so this is enemies for sure, and my main base in the ready function. So how are we going to do it? Okay. I think I want the enemy to attack, so it's going to be like this. Enemy. Oh, the enemy doesn't have a sensor. That's very interesting. Oh, it does have a sensor. Yeah, okay, great. Let's go to sensor, body, oh, so it's area entered. We're going to a sensor, and then we want the function for attack. Oh, That's the ingenious idea. I love it so much. It's so smart. Okay. Oh, I think, yeah, I didn't do this. So if area is in group and let's see if we even register the entrance of the areas. No. Oh, I think debug enemy doesn't have a. I think debug enemy doesn't have a shape. Yep. Box shape. Let's do it. Half, half, half. 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Yeah, seems fine. Bam. Now you're angry. Invalid call, non-existent function, get base in base area. Main base sensor. Main base sensor, get base. Pretty sure there is a function get base. So let's try it again. Okay. Let's go to my main. Oh, let's go to attack. And base is, we have the base itself. So let's go to my main base to take damage. Oh, was I just not on the correct window? Yeah, hit for one, that's great. Okay, let's continue. Bam, bam, let's go to output. So let's go to debugger and output. And defeat. And we have a working game. We simply can't really protect ourselves. Okay, let's go to debug enemy just for a second and let's decrease the speed of rotation by a lot. So let's say, so I want pi, so 3.14 times 0.1. That seems. I could simply run away and they can never catch me. So this is actually a good thing that I found right now, because I feel like people would immediately find this. So I think a very important lesson from this experiment is main base speed should be slower than the the little creeps. Now I can't escape. Oh no, they're coming. Oh no. No. The tension is real. The cubes are slowly closing. Oh, ow, ow, hit. And hit. Great. Okay. So we have the interaction between the enemy and the base. Now we want a tower that attacks when he's in range. So let's do it. Another thing I just thought about is that usually when in tower defense game, it's an easy question to answer, which is more ahead on the curve. Here we will probably need to write a function that takes creeps and the location of the building and calculate which creep is going to hit the target first. So there are a lot of things like this that I think is going to meet us at the final day. Okay, let's try and make the first tower right now. And so wait, we want to go to buildings, create an inherited scene. Let's go with debug tower. Oh wait. Before I do anything rash, this is going to be tower. And we're going to remove the script and we're going to reintroduce it. And we're going to, I think we're going to save it under buildings. Yes. And we are going to save tower also under buildings. Yes. And now to tower itself, we're going to add another collision shape. No, wait. We're going to add an area, and we're going to call the area something along the lines of range, or area. Range is fine. Range, and we are going to take the signal body entered, and somebody's area entered. And we're going to say if area dot is in group, and the enemies group is, I think, enemies, but let's make sure. Yeah. Attack area dot get enemy. Enemies sen only enemy sensor. get enemy, and now we're going to go to one enemy, an enemy sensor, and let's add, yes, get thank you. Now we need a function. It's amazing as the more oh, hey, everything is fine. How are you? Are you also participating in the game jam? I was starting to say that I can feel the quality of my code deteriorate the more the time passes. And I have probably maybe 40 minutes before my daughter is going to wake up. So let's see if we can finish the building before that. It's 5 a.m. So current health minus gets damage. I think I have an event for enemy killed. No, it's not killed. Do I want an event for enemy hit? Let's do it. Why not? It doesn't cost any money. Enemy hot. Oh my god, yeah, the enemies are hot. Enemy hit. So tower. Oh, sorry, an enemy. So we have current health minus get damage. We want events dot emit signal enemy hit if damage. So if current health is less than or equal to 0, events dot emit signal enemy killed and die. And we're going to have another function called die, and it returns nothing, and for now simply queue free. cute cubes, maybe. Cute, I don't know. Okay, so we can take damage. So I want to let the tower know we want to open fire. So if we have an enemy, okay, so this should be a little. We should approach it with some caution. So we want a variable for enemies in range, which is an array, and yeah, I can't not do it. Oh, so this should be held. Now I need to start cleaning my code up, otherwise very quickly it's going to get out of hand. So enemies in range. So if we're here, we want to attack this enemy. No, so it's not attack exactly. It's going to be let's add to enemies in range, and it's going to be an enemy probably, and it's going to give me some content to upload to the Godot Discord and not safe for work channel. So add enemies add two enemies in range, and we have an enemy. So if not enemy in enemies in range, append enemy. Oh, really? I simply use the how you call it, when you press here to add a script, you can choose it from the path. So this is just how I do it. But if I had to print everything by hand, I probably wouldn't do it myself. And we also need remove from enemies in range if enemy in enemies in range. I want to remove. No, we want to erase, I think. Yes. And now we need on range area entered, so we want area exited. And it's going to be pretty much the same. But now we're going to do add to enemies in range when I enter, and remove from enemies in range when I leave. And this function does not belong here anymore, so let's refactor a little bit. It's not useless because you can then use it from when you press plus, you can add it as a node, and you don't need a scene like this. So you can create a script and have it be independent. So I used actually a lot of things here. For example, never mind. But I have a gun script that creates sound nodes and everything, and then you simply import one script to the project anywhere, and you can add this from anywhere, which is convenient. And also you get auto completion if you use class names, which is also very important for someone who can't write for his life, to save his life. Okay, so on range, where was I? On range area entered. So yeah, so when we attack, we want first of all to get target, let's write the function get target, and for now, is enemy a class? Yeah, I have a class name, so this all should be, all of them should be like this. And for now, I'm going to do a very simple get target, so it's going to be return enemies in range 0, and we can do something along the lines of if enemies in range dot size is equal 0. So let's not do this. If it's equal 0, return nothing. Otherwise, return the first enemy that we have. Now in attack. So if enemy is null, return. Otherwise, we're going to fire a single bullet on him. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? Let's think. So I don't think I want to use my I think each tower is probably going to have a different attack animation. Okay, let's do something very simple for now. So if enemy is not null, I'm going to do enemy take damage okay, and now let's do this. Something like this. And now we can go to our tower, make new inherited scene, and let's populate it. Let's do like let's do small cube. To our sensor, we are going to add a cube to it. Let's make the cube smaller. Let's not stress too much. And for the range, Oh, with tower, the range should have a collision shape. Already in. Save it. Go to my collision shape. Let's do like a cylinder. And let's make it short and wide. Something like this. Actually, it's going to be. I think the easiest way is probably lasers, because you just connect two dots with something with some light, and if not, I think it's probably going to be the shortest distance. Even though it would probably be very beautiful to see all the bullets running in the in the ring. So I'll keep that in mind. It's actually a very interesting thing to try. Okay, so we have. Oh wait. This is going to be debug tower. Now we could go to our prototype and let's add the debug tower. Editable children. Take the edge and move it to somewhere. Where is the blue arrow? Thank you, very well. And let's take you and let's rotate you to somewhere that you can save our beloved base. Now let's run and let's see what happens. And let's move it closer to the. It seems it doesn't hit them, so let's do just for a second visible collision shape, and let's see if it's just a matter of them not touching each other. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a pretty serious mishap. Let's do this. Is it still going to work? I'm pretty sure it's not going to work. Yeah, first of all, debug tower. No cylinder. Let's just make it wide this time. Let's see what happens. Okay, the range is preposterous. Okay, and now I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be connected correctly. Or is it? The parent of my parent. No, it's correct. So why aren't you firing? Let's see if everything is happening correctly. Oh, I think nothing calls attack. So yeah, so I need, first of all, let's take, oh my god, another tell me there's, we're missing. So let's take this, this is API functions. Let's give ourselves some room. This is helper functions, and you are going to helper functions, and this is going to be override functions, and in process function we're going to call attack. So as long as we have a target, we are going to try and attack. Okay, so now for sure this is going to be cold. So let's go here. So yeah, this is getting cold. Okay, so we're not getting anything. So let's see, on range area entered. So let's see first of all if the enemy sensor, so if debug enemy sensor as a group. Oh, why are you main base sensor? So let's go to enemy sensor, trash this, and I'm expecting you to be part of enemy sensor, which makes a lot more sense. Let's try again. Oh, can you please move? Oh, thank you. Nothing interesting as a fuck. Let's go here. Okay, sorry. Go, please. Thank you. Okie dokie. So we have an area, and I'm guessing it's simply not in enemy sensor group. No, it is. Add 2 enemies in range. So we'll go to add 2 enemies in range. Okay, let's go here. Probably it fails the conversion. Yeah, sure. What are you? You're an enemy. What are you? So you are null. You are null. Why are you null? Add 2 enemies in range. Enemy. And enemies are in group enemy. So I would expect you to be able to do the conversion, but you don't. You're coming from on range. So this is area. Area should have you, which is root, prototype, enemy spawner, debug, enemy pivot. Okay, so I simply don't return the correct. So enemy sensor, edge, pivot, enemy 3 times. Okay, I got you, bro. I got you, bah. Okay, everybody stop. Hey. Now you're going to work. Ooh, enemy took damage, and I think they're dying. I think. They are. And enemy, the print is fucked up because I did this instead of this. Let's try again. Debug, we go here. Oh, it's done. And clap your hands. We got it. We have a working tower defense game. We need to work on the tower a little more. So we want export var cooldown float equals, let's say 1 for starter. The tower should also have a timer attached to it. We are going to cache the timer. And after, instead of process, we're simply going to do like this, func. Whenever we're ready, we try to attack. But after we attack, make a cube with a death field. It'll damage the enemies slowly. 100%. 100%. I think we should focus on three. No. Multis. It's pretty easy. It's yeah. You can see here. I take the first enemy and I start hitting him, and I can simply overwrite the get enemy to just get all the enemies, and then do very small damage. It's pretty easy. I think let's do like an ROI one that simply hurts everyone in its path slowly. Let's do a quote-unquote normal tower, and let's do one that hits very hard, fires very slow, and let's. I'll try and keep us not with too much towers. So let's do like 3 for starters. I think it's a good number. Where was I? Oh, so if the enemy is null, return. No, sorry. So no, if enemy is not null, take damage. But in any case, timer dot start cooldown, and in my ready function, I can take timer and connect timeout to my attack function, and this is just going to make this work in a loop. Now they can attack only once every second. So let's try this and see that our enemies are not dying too fast. So attack. Yeah, every second. Attack. Yep, this is working. Currently we are doing what is called busy waiting in the field of optimizations. A busy waiting is a big no. So what we can do instead of doing this thing is we do connect to attack, but only when we add 2 enemies in range. We do the following: we add, and then if timer dot, I think there's like left time left is greater than 0. Sorry. Easier. If not timer dot time left. Okay. If we are not running. Okay. If we are not waiting for anyone, then attack. Okay, let's do it more safely. Var is attacking. Okay, so it's a bool and it's false. And how will I do it? Okay, no, I don't need to do it. If timer.time left, it is going to call attack regardless. If not, I'm going to start attacking here. And I'm not going to always start the timer. If I try to get an enemy, I didn't find any enemy, then I'm not going to start this loop. Let's see, I think now it's going to work the same, but it's not going to do any busy waiting. Okay, now it's going to sleep, and let's see, it's going to wake. Yes, Yes. Great. So we have functioning turrets. We're attacking our enemies, and now we can make them. Let's make it slightly more realistic to get a feel. So we have the range. Let's make it. Did I? Why can't I see this? Did I put a collision shape here? No, I didn't. Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the minimum. So this is, yeah, I think this is a good range. Let's give the debug tower attack speed. Let's give him a cooldown of 1.5 seconds because I think it's too much. And it's going to kill an enemy in 1 hit. And let's play again, and let's see if the creeps will be able to get. Excuse me, do you want to move, my friend? Okay. So obviously we need a little bit more range, but I think it's good. It's good. We have a game. And when I say we have a game, I mean we don't actually, but it's a nice start. Is the range shape capturing everything? Let's see. Let's take it like this and move it slightly down and squish it like this. Nothing. Something. Yeah. Oh my god. That's just a bug waiting to happen. Yeah. Great. So let's see. So we have the tower done. Static building is the bottom of the list. We need to build the entire UI. Okay, I think let's be smart. Okay, if I can't start anything big right now because probably I think 15 minutes, 10 minutes, my daughters are going to wake up and I have to go be with them. So let's populate whatever we still need to do. So we need to create 3 tower variations. We need to create an block tower movement when colliding. Jump to selected building. What else? Add currency and okay, that's I think that's scope creeping by definition. So let's imagine the game if I do all of these. So I'll have 3. Okay, I'll be able to build buildings using some sort of workflow of building. I'll have 3 tower to choose from. I will be able to move the oh yeah, multis types of enemies. That's correct. I'll add it in a second. I'll have some interesting mechanic of moving and blocking between towers, and we'll have at least a partial fix for the problem of the camera orientation when we want to move between views. And we want, yeah, so let's do create 3 enemies types. Enemy types. Create 3 enemy types. And we'll do, like, the classic rock, paper, scissors. We'll have, maybe not the classic one. We'll have like a normal enemy, normal tower, an area of attack, and which is good against, very quick enemies, and a big gun against strong, slow enemies. So it's not rock, paper, scissors, or is it? Because, well, maybe it is. I'll think about it. I'll think about it after I sleep a little bit. So if today, so it's 6, in 14 hours, I'm going to we finish the day here at my house, so I'll put all the babies to sleep, and I'll be free to work on the game again. And it is going to be, let's look at the OneNote. So this is going to be this 4 hours. And now I can add what we're going to do here. So we want gameplay done. So we want itch page. And I failed to do it today, but we're going to have it by this evening, and you guys could play it and maybe tell me what you think. So we can have itch page and finalize gameplay. So yeah, I don't really need to add this, it's already written. Let's just put everything in place. Great. Okay, so then I would be able to go to sleep. I'll wake up. It's going to be Sunday. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the progress we made. I think we have a very strong foundation, and now it's mainly tweaking the gameplay, optimizing some things, and then I'll have a full day just to play around with music, looks, camera angles, playtesting, and everything. So yeah, well, my girls are still sleeping. Probably, they're probably going to sleep in today, because whenever I want them to wake up early, they wake up late, and vice versa. So now I'll probably just waste my time, not doing anything important, and in an hour from now, only then they'll wake up and I'll waste my time. Okay, let's see if there's any small things I can do right now. Let's close this. Let's think a little bit about our tower. So the tower script, let's do something like this. Enum Q&A, yeah, feel free. So enum, let's say, let's call it attack type, and let's do something like AoE. Let's do regular, area, yeah, regular and AoE, at least for now. And when I do attack, let's call it, let's do like maybe, so actually, what was my best day when I was a pilot? When I used to, I don't know if I said it before, but I used to. First of all, I wasn't a pilot. Let's start by this. I was in aviation course for the army for a year and a half, and I used to fly helicopters, and I did it for 6 months before I got, before I, how do you say, I was expelled. But expelled is like has bad connotation. I wasn't good enough. So I failed, maybe. Yeah, failed the course. But I actually was pretty good at flying the helicopter. I was just whenever there was like I at the very beginning of the flights, I was very I was one of the good pilots in the course, and they gave me to after a couple of months, they like bring important people to fly with the new guys. So they gave me to fly with the commander of the school, of the entire school, not just the helicopter class. So he came to fly with me, and I was so nervous. I felt like I must show myself, be the best. I was younger than now, so I had like this feeling that I have to be the best, like right now. And I did some stupid thing with the engine. You need to very slowly increase the rotations, but I increased it too fast because I was nervous. And from there, I started being very nervous. I failed this time, and then I felt that I have to show myself every time. So this is why I failed, but I was a pretty good pilot. So I think halfway through the flying part, they took us to the desert to fly like very low in very low creeks, and you fly like 10 meters above the ground, and you fly in this beautiful desert scenes that probably no one have seen, because you can't really get there in any other way. You can't walk there, you can't drive there, so you're flying in areas that no one have ever seen, and it's beautiful. It was very nice. So this was probably the happiest day, the best day for me as a participant in the pilot course. I was pretty sure that you can use enums as a hints. Only int type for enum. Yeah, I remember you probably can do it. Maybe I just need to do it like this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know how to fly a very specific helicopter, not that well, and yeah, I think I did. You do a solo flight at a certain point. So I did one solo flight and one, we call it mutual flight, where you fly you and another one from the course. You know, we know instructor. So I do know how to fly the helicopter, but just I'll probably just the ignition, the process is going to take me 10 minutes just to remember. So yeah, and it's very different from driving a car. It's much more, you know, computer gamey stuff. It's really not like driving a car. Okie dokie, so let's go to our debug tower. And now I can, yeah, this is regular, but we can switch to AOE. And now when I run and debug, probably everything in range should die instantly. And do you have like is there like a limit? Oh, Ankita, are you participating in the game jam? What are you making? Okay, so we have AoE. Well, it's such a huge country. It's probably for the best. I can't imagine, you know, having to pay for so many people. It's such a costly thing to have a standing army for a country. Okay, so we have separate types of towers. if we look at the tower code, you can see like a major issue probably if we look into it. So currently, when I attack, I simply say to the enemy, take damage. I don't really want to do it. The thing I really want to do is play some animation, and when the animation finishes, I want all of them to take damage. So we'll see. We'll see how will we do it. Maybe here it's going to be like this, like to do play animation yield for animation player to finish, and then make everyone take damage. But it's not certain. I'm not sure it's going to be that like an animation. If it's going to be lasers, then yes. But if I'll have bullets, I would very much prefer for some bullet to fly towards the target, and if it hits, only then to hit the enemy. And I'll probably want each bullet to have like an address. I don't want to fire at something and then it's going to hit a different target. So yeah, actually there's a lot of work. I need to think how would I do it? What's the best approach here? Do you have any specific question? It's first of all, it's very easy. If you want, I can show, there's an amazing video about it. If you have any specific questions about the world environment, just ask and I'll answer it. But just so you know, we are counting down the minutes until my daughters wake up and I'll have to leave. So it's just chilling here right now. December 15th. That's the exact amount of time to wait where it's like unbearable, because especially for something so important, you know, if you need to wait like, you know, a day or two, so okay, I'll wait a day or two. If it's like a year from now, it's so far away, it's a year from now. But 2 months is like exactly, oh my god, it's so close, but I don't know it. Probably very stressful. I hope you're fine, and that you manage to have fun. Okay, let's try to think a little bit with OneNote about approaches for the bullets. So if I want to delegate, let's do one. Delegate hitting enemies to bullet. Then let's say that's regular, and there's AoE. So we'll have a tower. The tower is going to fire. The bullet is going to fly at the target. Yeah. And what's the other option that you're considering? Not that you need to. I'm sure that everything is probably going to happen the way you want to. But is there anything else you want to do? And then so the bullet hit and the enemy takes damage. So this is one approach. Yes. Yes, it should just immediately happen. So I think maybe AoE towers and regular towers just should be different. So they'll have the detection like this. So no attack function. Just comment this out. Or maybe not entirely, maybe something like this. And then I will have two types of towers that inherit from the tower class. One is going to be AoE tower, and the second is going to be, yeah, and we can also remove this probably. One is going to be an AoE tower, and one is going to be regular tower, and it's going to save me all the trouble of trying to write one attack function for both of them. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's awesome. I think coding in general, or creating things in general, is there is no such there is no better feeling than to create something. I think when you whether it's with a computer or with wood or whatever, making stuff is very nice. Yeah, so let me make a mental note for myself so that I remember it tomorrow. Where are you, my friend? Oh, thank you. So Trello, so create 3 tower variations and have one tower as base for 2 types towers, AoE and regular. Each tower has a different attack function. Okey-doke. So we got this. Is this a finished game? This is what I'm trying to wonder. If I do everything here, will I have a playable game? And I think the answer is yes. Okay, let's think of other things that I don't know how to solve. Okay, let's say that I have a tower and I have a tower and I want to move here. So currently I'm not using move and collide, which is fine, but it means I have to be able to stop myself from moving into other towers by myself. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an area here. Let's do it in a different color. We'll do area here, area here, area here, area here. And when I try to move to the left, then now it's going to be okay, but now the movement to the left is going to be not okay. Maybe something like this. So this is the approach I think I'm going to take, preemptively not letting some requests to anticipate collision detection. Yeah, something like this. And that's it. Maybe I can search for inspiration in. First of all, I can let's look for color palettes. I think this is the site. I can't remember. There's the one site everybody uses. No. No, it's not you. Is it you? Is this? And if you remember what's the site called, like, let me know. I don't remember there's like a site that everybody uses for color palettes. Yeah, I'll find it tomorrow. Well, I'm starting to hear movements from the next room, so I think any second now one of my daughters is going to wake up. Guys, I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your day to be here with me. It's very nice to. It helps me a lot, both technically and for my motivation. It was. For me, I didn't even notice. I'm streaming for almost 6 hours, and it's thanks to you. So I'm going to schedule the next stream so you'll know when I'm going up again. And again, thank you so much for being here with me, and see you soon. If not today again, then tomorrow. Bye, guys. That's an interesting idea. We can play around with it when we get to Sunday, and we'll have all the time to experiment. But yeah, goodbye for now, everyone.